Destiny is my connection now. A feeling in my soul. It's beyond the reach of most mere mortals. Take a stand. So remember, no surrender. My defining moment. I will stand up, overcome my past. This is different to the end. If it takes forever, no surrender. Now or never, my last stand.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh? How about that? What the hell? What's up, people? What's up, Tommy? What's up, Ford? What's up, Elixir? Oh, I'm missing... Why does it do this, man? Stream not found. Liar. Holy liar. Liar, liar. Pants on fire. The top. New song? Who? Where? Where is? Hold on. Let me find YouTube. YouTube says I'm not live, but I'm live. I swear. I don't miss YouTube chat. Ryu! Thank you for the 13. Do it live, baby. Alright, what is this? Oh, because they're bringing Echidna back, I guess, huh? So when will my sister's favorability rating come out? That doesn't sound like it's properly translated. I didn't come here to fight, I just came here to play. Cook's Satan is a play, Echidna is a ball. What? Parade is already out in Korea. Ah. Oh. Bit of a bop, eh? A bopper? Alright, so where are we at here? Let's see. What's first priority when you start a new RPG game? Oh, we can continue this. People reveal the map and find rare items. That seems pretty... Seems to track. Baseball, huh? Baseball, huh? Let's continue this, I guess. We did Sorceress, Ranger, Warrior. We can do 3 more. Mercenary. Huntress. Witch. And then we can do the, whatever. A different class, no interest. Okay. Mercenary? Mercenary? Whoa, 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 what's happening? No, 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 no. That's illegal. Kellen Prime is the least wanted new prime in history. How can you be sure? Sounds like fake news. Sounds like fake news to me. Huntress? Do I have normal Huntress? Do I not has? Like non-AI Huntress? All I have is AI Huntress. Unfortunate. I guess this works. Oh, it's Amazon. What's up, Slug? Hump day? Hump day's fine. How about you? How about you? Yeah, live stream. Well, it's live stream late tonight, but I'll cover it tomorrow. I'm glad it's tomorrow, not Friday. That would be kind of cringe. Whoa. Maybe I'll play Sorceress. I don't know. Are you starting in Path of Exile 2.3? So this is we did 3. This is 3 more, and then we have 1 more. But I intentionally left the monk out because I think monk's gonna be really popular. So we'll take the winner from here, or we'll just take the 2 highest classes, and then pit it against, or the 3 highest of these 2, and then pit them against monk tomorrow. You can build large ships with interiors now in No Man's Sky. Can you fly while in the interior or no? Do. 100p from new frames come out 200p. Even Labos lasted longer. People just don't understand the power of Caliban. They don't have enough hours to understand. Alright, Mercenary, Huntress, Witch. Different class. Go. You can fly around while inside of it? Real? Autopilot while walking around your ship, crafting your ship, or even exit your ship and float around in space. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy, man. Park it in the atmosphere and skydive out of it? Damn, dude. Were there changes to this? Who said the patch notes were changed? This position should start anytime from tomorrow to Monday. Nice. Wait, did they add Witch Hunter to this? They added Witch Hunter change. Wait, so is new? Oh, these are all, there's 21 new additions. Damn. I had this before, though. Okay. Yeah, they added Witch Hunter. Damn. Okay. Weapon Master now grants 100 passive skill points. Become weapon set points. That's a lot of points. Previous small passive. Now grants CDR. Let's see how big you can make them. They did show a size. The ship will affect stats. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't really put any meaningful amount of time in No Man's Sky, so it's kind of hard for me to imagine. But ship interiors is always a challenge, so I'm amazed they even bothered to do it this far into the game. Okay, where do we leave off? Tactician, Witch Hunter, Ritualist. Where did the others on? There we go. Pathfinder, Blood. Well, let's see what else there is for me. This is all in skills and stuff, right? Gotcha. Okay, so we're on Lich. House of Lies! We'll need to make boats in Light No Fire, so I'm guessing the shipbuilding tech is going into the boat building. Could be. Yeah, maintaining a separate area of gravity. And Huntress and Witch Stonks are in the floor, bro. What's that about? They're in the floor. Okay. Lich. Lich. My lich. I'm gonna lich. Dominion over flesh. Over flesh. Rename to incessant pack. Pack. Did I already do this? The same as Blood Mage. Yeah, open sores. I guess they do the same thing. Interessante. Muy interesante. Minus your curses have infinite duration. Wait, no, plus. This is what they added. They remove, instead of, your curses can affect X-proof enemies. So they moved the infinite duration over to Lich rather than Blood Mage. I kind of like that. Eldritch Empowerment. Non-channeling spells cost 3% max energy shield. Etc. %, damage when sacrificing. Yes. Sacrifice 5% max ES when you cast a spell. Does not interrupt recharge. Price of power. Minus non-channeling. Consume a power charge. Plus, spells consume a power charge if able to deal plus 40% damage. What's up, Hasselhoff? You're late. Mods? Okay. Ban him! Odds? Banish the hassle. No more Unleash skill from Flood of Echoes, huh? Now grants inevitable agony. Curses all targets in an area. Storing damage taken. When debuff expires, Take all stored damage again. All at once. So you do this big AoE curse, deal damage, and then when the curse expires, it deals all the damage you dealt again in a single hit. That's pretty insane. Hold on, chat. I have a call. I'm sorry. Okie dokie dokie dokie. Freedom. Let's go. Bong, bing, bing, bong. I think that's the last call today. Hopefully. Oh. Oh. Awooga, awooga, awooga. Quicksand Hourglass. This was like the big one. Minus every 10 seconds, gain 50% cast speed. 5 seconds. Now, grant Sands of Time. Grants 60% cast speed to 1% over 10 seconds. Then scales back to 60%. So it just cycles between 60% and 1% forever. Grants 1% AoE, scaling up to 60% over 10 seconds. Then scales back to 1%. So you either have high cast speed or high AoE or something in the middle, but it like pendulums between the two. Pretty cool. It's probably kind of confusing. If your AoE size and cast speed is changing constantly, that's gotta feel like really bizarre. You'll start missing stuff, right? Stormweaver. You like think it's gonna land, but then your size went down since the last time you cast it. So then it's gonna miss, and then yeah. But it's wicked. It's kind of a cool concept. Cool. It seems they did not change the Giant's Blood thing. They seem to be pretty set on that. Elemental... Oh, wait. Tempest Caller. Elemental Storm. Cooldown lowered to 3 seconds. 5 to 3 seconds. Rain Dancer, renamed to Multiplying Squalls. No longer provides 150% more cooldown recovery rate. Now provides additional +1 limit for elemental skills. Force of Will. Hey, what's up, Mistra? What's up, Hellboys? Lol, my god, what's going on? Sorry, my YouTube chat is like mega slow right now. I don't know why. Mistra, are you still here? Any League starter ideas? I'm thinking EV Minion Lich and Tactician. Both seem really good. Witch and Merc, yeah. I think Minions are going to be pretty interesting this season, too. Yeah, my YouTube chat is like mega slow for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Red chat. I'm going to restart it, see if it cleans itself up. Nope. Don't do that. Okay. Doing good, Ashura? What's up? What's up? minus grants 1% effect of arcane surge. Now grants 20% of damage is taken from mana before life. Increased arcane surge for 10% missing mana. Yaha, yaha, yaha. And then that would be the end of the classes. Crazy. Scouring Winds, renamed to Storm's Recollection. Plus remnants you create reappear once after collection. Remnant sorcerers might be kind of cool. Rename to refracted infusion. 40% elemental damage taken as recouped as ES. 50% chance when collecting elemental infusion to gain another different infusion. Extra infusions. Me oh my. Finally, the warrior. Which class is going to be the best in PoE2? We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. League crafting. Elemental equilibrium. Supreme. How do you spell that? 1 L. Causes infusion remnants. Could be random elements. Huh? Eternal youth. Why would you want life has have life has to have less recovery? Okay. Gonna do a weird like stagger build or something. Giant's Blood, the one that has warriors in a tizzy. Now halves the amount of life granted by strength. Yikes. Glancing Blow me. Glancing Blows provides chance to evade is unlucky and chance to deflect. Chance to deflect is lucky. Baby go. What's up, Sudsy? How you feeling? What's going on? minus block chance is doubled. Minus take 50% of damage from blocked hits. Dinky dong. That's good, Suzzy. That's huge. It's nice when existing doesn't hurt, you know? That's a boon, I would say. Existence is pain. I'm Mr. Meesinks, look at me. That one's for the comment section. This literally will never go away. This interaction, no matter how many times I do a poll, this interaction will never go away. Why are some classes missing from your poll? Why did you not do the answers I wanted you to do? This will always be on every poll I ever make until the end of humanity. Every single time. It's crazy how consistent it is. Why are neither of the classes that are popular on your poll? I wonder. Simple arithmetic and basic logic may get you to the answer, but who knows? Ritual's doing unarmed shenanigans with my league start ideas. Try to. There is an actual like interesting effort to see how many characters can punch. What's up, Saint? A number one hater. How many classes can we get to punch? This is the question. Resolute technique. Minus your hits can't be evaded. 2 grants accuracy rating. Wait. Accuracy rating is doubled. That just feels like a nerf. At least 5? At least. I just want a game. What you gonna game on, huh? 8 new clusters between warrior and witch sword. I'm just gonna do between strength and int. Steam Deck. Ooh. 15 new clusters at strength. 23 new clusters at dex strength. 17 new clusters at dex. 17 new clusters at dex int. 25 new clusters at int. That's a lot, dude. Sources of plus AoE have been lowered by approximately 25%. That'd be true, TJ. A punching duelist, a punching dude. I'm gonna go for a punching sorceress and you can't stop me. Days build up. Replaced by chance to days on hit. Sources of reduced reservation instead now grant reservation now grant reservation efficiency. Many clusters have been updated. A small attribute passive skill has been removed on all of the outward highways between class starting locations. What? Does that make it harder to jump to another class's starting location? A mashal build? Muscles magic. Biceps magic. Quadriceps magic. I'm curious what this means. Like, which node? I don't know how accurate this one is, but let's see. Are they talking about this right here, maybe? Like these nodes here that connect the starting locations? Or is this one going away? How do I move? I can't tell. I think this just shows the nodes. When it says a small passive stat point node is going away between the starting locations of all the classes, I'm guessing it means this. So does that mean that now to go from a starting location to another, instead of bridging like this, you'd have to go all the way around now? Surely they don't mean that, right? No new class, Sudsy. They basically just overhauled the entire game. Is it better now? Yeah, they flipped the script, man. You can create an automatic vendor in your hideout now that sells items for you without you having to interact with it at all. So asynchronous trade. They added an in-game marketplace. They reworked all of the support gems and added new ones. They added a bunch of new items. They reworked the passive talent tree. They added a whole bunch of new options for every class. So did they show it in the video? They did, didn't they? Showing this stuff off. Lineage supports. I'm trying to see if, like, we can see it in the video or not. Will I be able to flicker strike as a bear? Hope so. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, generative extend. Ah. Need duels for dual daggers? I just want, we need more strength weapons in the game, even if they're strength hybrid. So we need flails, we need the primal magic, we need swords, and we need axes. I feel like just the bottom left side of the tree is just so naked that I feel like it's putting a lot of pressure on warriors to be extra creative. When they probably wouldn't have to if they had more options. Bye bye, baby boy. Let's find all instances of the skill tree here. It sounds like we're not going to get the skill tree in the next 2 days. We're just going to have to infer. Well, you can't really see it on here either, can you? Shoot lightning that is not on the ground? Yeah. Arc has a projectile now, and there's elemental infusions now, which means that you can spawn elemental infusions, pick up the infusion, then your next attack or spell will have lightning, like chain lightning and stuff like that. Yeah, like the Palpatine build is stronger than ever. Tree will be up in 3 hours? What makes you say that? Dun, dun, dun. I'm guessing that the people will data mine it out of the pre-download on Friday, like Friday morning or something, but I don't see anything that says that they're going to be releasing the tree at all. It sounds like they don't have, since they don't have a website for the format, they don't have any way to deliver it without putting in extra work, so they're just going to ignore it. Early access for content creators on BL4. What day is that again? It's the Dingleberries. Snake Eater tomorrow. And Goblin Cleanup. And Last Soul Aside in 2 days. Yeah, so Borderlands 4 is 16th. That's September 12th. Golly. Okay then. No, they're still here. So what do they mean? Let's see. Path of building. Unless this image is wrong from the stream. Right? Well, the icons look different, but it looks like it's still connected the same way. Curiouser and curiouser. Truly outrageous. Usually we get the tree before release of League. I'm guessing in 3 hours will be 2 days before launch. What makes you say 3 hours? Didn't they say that they don't have the format to post it, so they're just not going to? What makes you say that it's going to come out today? I thought they literally said that they don't have the format to post it online like they do PoE1. Am I crazy? Show higher on it. Oh, the connection here on Warrior is actually easier to get to. That's kind of nice. So they're updating the site as of 9 p.m. last night. Yeah, but didn't they? Their exact wording was, unfortunately, we can't release the passive skill tree until the website is updated to support the full Path of Exile 2 passive tree. Not that they were updating it, they were saying that they can't do it because it's not until it's updated. But I took that to mean that they're not updating it, which means they're not going to be releasing the skill tree ahead of time because they can't. Right? The JSON file format that they use for PoE1 is not applicable for PoE2, and will require them to change it. And it sounded like they were just saying that because it's so short, time is short, and whatever, that they're just not going to whatever. It looks like these connections are still here. So I'm not sure what that line meant. This is still there. That's still the same. That's still the same. That's still the same. I mean, I'd rather you be right than me. I'd rather have a full skill tree that I could look at and make builds off of, you know. Personally. We got .2 before launch 2. On like just as like a blog post, you mean? Dun, dun, dun. Watch Alien? No, I haven't. Is it goodly? I could lie and say it's terrible. Is it good? Good. Thank you, thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Endgame trees. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I didn't put the monk last because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the winners of both of the two polls and then pit them against monk. Because I know monk is popular. So that way we don't get a blowout on the last poll where we take the winners and we throw a class that nobody wants in there, you know? Then people are like, oh, why'd you include this class instead of that class? Why isn't your poll exactly how I would do the poll? Oh, bagoo, bagoo, goo. Bagoo, goo. Bagoo, goo, goo, goo. Why is your poll not exactly how I would do the poll? Mr. YouTuber. PoE2 passive trees. I mean, Paul RPGs seem so unlikely considering how rare they are. I've been whining about wanting a martial artist in ARPG for years. I know it's crazy, isn't it? It is crazy that we went into Diablo 4 with no paladin or crusader and no monk. That's just for a Diablo game. That is just insane. Obviously, they were doing. They were actually just doing the some of the classes from Diablo 1. Right? What were the classes in Diablo 1? Diablo 1 classes was warrior, rogue, and sorcerer. So they wanted to have the same ones from there. Although they did add bard and barbarians. They added kind of barbarian, sorcerer, rogue. And they wanted Diablo 2 classes, whatever. I feel like monk is such an easy archetype, and there's so many people that like are super into it too. So, okay, yeah, I don't really know what this means. A small attribute passive skill has been removed on all of the outward highways between class starting locations. I take that to mean this right here. A small attribute node has been removed on the pathway out of all starting class locations. So I'm guessing if you're leaving, maybe they're making this one less. Maybe that's it. Maybe rather than breaking the connection, they're just making it less nodes here. I wonder. Yeah, maybe it is less nodes. Let's see. But this looks, and maybe the footage they're showing here doesn't have the final tree, but a lot of these do have 2 passive nodes coming out. Maybe they're reducing it to 1, so you can get out of the starting area faster. And it looks like the connections are still there. Black Flame, dude. Black Flame seems cool. Yeah, see, there's still 2 here, 2 there, 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. The connections are still there. Yeah, I'm not sure what they mean by that. Or maybe this like footage they've given us is doesn't have the final tree on it. That might be it as well. Interesting. Okay. Now time to fill these out. Did we miss any classes? Doesn't seem so. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, the base damage scaling of all player spell and secondary damage skills has been tweaked to scale better into late game. is that? A capital K. Shorekeeper? Base damage scaling on all skills. All player, spell, and secondary damage has been tweaked to scale better into endgame. Spells that do not have damage number changes called out below, will have near identical base damage at all levels, roughly 5% more damage at level 20, and roughly 20% more damage at level 30. Any skills not listed in patch notes have near identical base damage at low levels, but 5 to 20% more damage at level 20 to 30. Mana cost growth has been rebalanced. Now have identical cost at low level, but smaller cost than before at high gem level. So end game costs are lower, but early game is about the same. Which is what Jonathan was saying. He doesn't want the story, the campaign to feel like it's a breeze. Banners no longer gain valor. Instead, generate glory when you attack. Seems to be the case, else. Banners require 200 glory to place. What the frick? And can gain glory while placed. That's pretty big. All sources of Banner Valor gain have been replaced with Banner Glory gain. Banners now have a limit of 1 place, but can be increased. Curses and exposures now check level difference before applying. No longer be activated in specific weapon sets. Now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. What? Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice must be active in both weapon sets. Huh. Curse effects are scaled by monster level. Less effect on magic monsters, 30% less on rare, 50% less on unique. Move speed penalty on moving skills recovers faster. Spirit cost of specters have been adjusted, so specters with high spirit costs are generally cheaper. Specters and tamed beasts now deal 25% more damage at all levels. Instant skills are now usable on hero amount, which I think, can anyone but Ranger get the row amount? Or no, it's just a gem, right? Yeah, isn't it just a gem? Just a yem? A yem, a yem? A yem, a yem? Mark skills are no longer spells. That's actually really big. That's actually really big. Go under monk or general? That's just to make for the hand thing, basically. Deadeye and Blood Mage mains? Yeah, the Deadeyes are even good, dude. Deadeyes are eating good. How now have 2 extra ascendancy points? They do, and more defensive options as well. Okay. Shockwave, Totem, and Ancestral Warrior Totem now use your equipped weapon, having their own stats. Including AS, flat damage, and crit. So now you can make your totems faster by equipping a faster weapon. Or hit harder by equipping a two-handed weapon. Ah, hee, 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 ho. Ground effects captured by whirlwinds. Last only 4 seconds now. Or revert it. Lee, 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 low. Added damage like extra percent is fire or whatever. Yeah, it's a pretty big win. Pretty big win. Pretty big, pretty big. Essentially boosted slams now have ancestrally boosted slams now have 25% increased AoE. Spellcaster weapon skills now deal 12% more damage. Is there an item that grants Solar Orb? Ancestral Warrior Totem now has no inherent limit. Did I spell that right? I did. Wow! But instead, pause 3 endurance charges summon. Socketed mace skills have 50%, and socketed mace skills have 50% less attack speed. This is probably to make sure that the ancestral spirits have a chance to use their skills, because they all have skills. Just so they're not spamming the ability you give them. Sorceress. La lee 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 low. For getting end charges, gain a charge every time you break armor. Yeah, there's 2 new ones for endurance, I think. And you generally can generate endurance. I think there's 2 new ones. I think there's one for heavy stun. Every time you heavy stun, you get endurance, and I think there's one for every time you break armor or whatever. You could probably run both. You could probably run both, which means if you're heavy stunning and breaking armor constantly, you're generating endurance charges like crazy, I would imagine. It's not like you can heavy stun enemies non-stop, right? Especially when you have like elites and bosses in front of you, but you can do it pretty regularly. So. That means that you can generate a lot of endurance charges and spawn these totems over and over and over and over, you know? Alright, I should get another second. I've only had 1 coffee today, chat. So, I'm gonna go get second. Very important. Muy importante. Stoners can stun and break armor too, yeah. So hopefully that counts as you doing it. It may not, but we'll see. Oh, Kramer just killing everybody, huh? Cat. Yes, and then this is a big one too. This is related to Sudsy's question as well. Art is now a projectile. Arc is now a projectile, not target to target. Arc. Now a projectile. Causes explosions against shocked enemies. It's no longer a payoff skill. Chains 6 to 9 times. Plus 50% more shock magnitude. And now consume lightning infusion to chain additional times and for additional damage. Q&A there. They buff fire spells? They reworked Ignite from a core level. So Ignite in general is a lot more reliable and a lot easier to trigger and should scale better too. So that by itself made all fire skills better, and also the support gem changes will affect them too, but I don't know if there's any they're specifically there. Base damage increased at all levels. Well, we might have to Palpatine, man. Archmage. Non-channeling spells gain 4% of damage as extra lightning. $3% to 4% of damage. So a buff to Archmage, basically. Armor-piercing rounds got nerfed. Why they nerfed that, but whatever. Artillery Ballista. Renamed to Siege Ballista. Godspeed, Sudsy. Enjoy, enjoy. See you soon. What's up, Hayden? And thank you for the raid. Hayden with the raided. Wall added Wasted movement. Oh yeah? Lost Ark should. I think Wanstead and Top Down is great. Hope you had a good stream. Duration cut in half. While adding Wazda might make me finally give it a shot. Wazda's pretty great, dude. Wazda. So artillery ballista just got nerfed into the ground, basically. Yeah, they just nerfed it into the ground. Leave, ignited, ground, and explode. End of flight. Batter shouts. Wow. What the frick is batter shout? Support. Consume fully broken armor to trigger physical damage explosions on enemies within their range, but cannot themselves break armor. This is Tekken 8, yeah. Indeed, indeed. Reserve. What the bro? I'll put it here, even though it's kind of global. You know? Since it's kind of global. Ellie Spellblade when they come out. That'd be nice. Probably need Shadow in there as well to do some melee casting stuff. But they really need to hurry up and get all the classes in. They do, they do. Later, Gators. Peace out, A-Town. Story acts with classes, weapon spells. There are people that tell me repeatedly that they're not going to play the game again until new classes get added. Okay, find Spectre. I'm guessing it's just kind of... It's not ending. Or is it only part of the... Banana. Axe is endgame content? Like adding a new campaign, you mean? Ding, ding. I mean, obviously all of it needs to get done. Like, the problem they're having right now is that the game isn't finished. Right? There's not enough Axe. There's not enough whatever. There's no full storyline. Not all the skills are there. None of the classes are there. You know, they're just missing too much stuff. That's the reality. What would you consider Blink under? No longer. Blink no longer counts as dodge roll. Just finish the game, forehead. Just do it. Make your dreams come true. Minimum gem level reduced. 8. Bloodhunt explosion now causes life loss rather than unscalable damage. Bloodhunt. Bone offering. I'll just put this under witch. Oh. Radius increased as well. 2 meters to 2.4 meters. Base damage increased. Wait, no. The lower end has increased. Oh, they both have. Down, down, down. Now grant 20-25% damage reduction to hits on buffed enemies. Absorbs first hit, dealing over 25% minions max life. That's great. That makes him way tankier. Bone Shatter. Shockwave now deals 2% more damage against unique enemies. Good. How big is this now, dude? 600 lines. Man, they really said bet, huh? Cast on Freeze, Shock, Ignite have been combined into Cast on Elemental Ailment, a single gem. Costing 100 spirit. Chaos Bolts. Withered Wands, Chaos Bolt. Now grants 1 to 3 stacks of Withered for 4 seconds. So you get more, you get Withered stacks just from using the Chaos Wand. That's good. Cluster Grenade. Attack, attack damage increased 327% to 490% at top end. Mini Grenade, attack damage increased to 286% at top end. Now fires additional mini grenades. Radius of mini grenade spread increased by approximately 17%. So it fires additional mini grenades. Plus 4 additional mini grenades and spreads them out further. Pretty good. It's gonna be an OP now. Fisting Sorceress. Hollowed Palm. Bow, bow, bow. Cold Snap. Renamed to simply Snap. Mark with a unique crossbow that lets you infinite shoot. Ooh. Bro, I can't believe Witch Hunter is getting 100 weapon points. You could actually, honestly, with the new Witch Hunter, you could probably just fully allocate 2 different skill trees for each of your weapons. With that many points. That's crazy. Can now be used on any enemy that is frozen, shocked, or ignited. Can also be used on a Frostbolt. Creates a remnant of the corresponding type. Can chain react to a limited extent. Damage increased. Cold Explosion now deals 50% more damage to unique enemies. So that you can now snap frozen, shocked, ignited, or frostbolts that are flying in the air. And it can chain ripple as well. That's pretty crazy. Combat Frenzy got nerfed. Wait, why did they add that last second? What the frick? Combat Frenzy got nerfed. Panic over the Deadeye videos? Yeah, maybe. Man, that's crazy, man. Come on, man. What the heck, man? What the frick, man? Oh my god, there's so much, man. Why is there so much here, man? Look at these patch notes, man. What the frick, man? What is happening? Stop this now. Jesus. Oh my god. There's so much. It's just too big. Comet. Nerfed. Wait, no, buffed. Oh, that's not even top end, bro. Lol. $12.43 at top end. Can now be fire infused. Cool. Bow. 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 Cool. Set a chance to wither. Nice. What? What? Down. Increased movement speed. 30%. That's a big buff. Increased duration. 0.9 seconds to 9.8 seconds. Banner no longer removed when you leave aura. That's a nice quality of life. Very good. Increased chaos resistance production. Minus 24% to minus 49%. Oh. That's over double, bro. That's crazy. Now grants 7.5 blast charges per second. Uh, 15% to 60% more elemental ailment threshold. Plus grants plus 4% to all maximum elemental resistance. Red Banner's super tanky, dude. Minus 12 to 15% more stun threshold. Increase duration. Dude. Jagged Ground's radius is now down. What the frick? Earthquake. Jagged Ground radius reduced. 1.8. Attack, damage, aftershock. Increased. From 68% to 580%. So smaller but more damage. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this might still be... I feel like the radius balances the animation that warriors have to go through, especially if they're two-handing. I don't know if I feel good about Jagged Ground getting smaller at base, considering how slow it is to swing it out, but... They're walking a very delicate line with the warriors and the maces, man. Like, truly. Quality now provides detonation now triggers existing spikes. That I like. Now shoots arrow forward that explodes, applying electrocuting rod to all enemies hit. Damage reduced 572% to 281%. Why such a big nerf? Attack speed now 80% of weapon base. Mana cost reduced. I guess because they want you to spam it more. It's a spear attack. Overall, Gold Explosion also deals 100% more damage against uniques. now be infused with lightning. Pausing. Wait. Pauses each ember to create a chain lightning. One hit. That's crazy. One infusion equals all embers. Infusion consumed on fire. So it's treated as basically a, it's treated as a single cast. Whatever embers you have with the infusion get consumed with the infusion, and it applies the lightning to it, and then it consumes the infusion at a single fire. So once you have infusion, you're encouraged to try and build up as many embers as you can. What's up, Silverhawk? I started playing Hans. When will you? I played Hans. I played it for a full hour. I'm basically a master in Hans now. Lord of the Hans. What can I say? How many times have you won Ari Makinen? No comment. I can't divulge such delicate information. Now reloads all crossbow ammunition clips instead of just recent. Empowers each clip's ammunition to deal increased damage until all bolts consumed or duration ends. Number of each clip's empowered bolts is equal to the maximum ammunition of the clip. Okay, that makes sense. No longer has curse, makes you enfeeble. I guess we can put that under witch. I suppose. Laddie. Who's your favorite Hans? Gold ship. Obviously. Curse makes non-unique targets deal 26% less damage. Okay, that's a nice buff to enfeeble. The Valiant. That's the times to the patch this Friday? I don't know if they did, actually. Did they? Release time. 4 p.m. EDT. 4 p.m. EDT. So Eastern. Damn. So in 49 hours. It launches in 49 hours. That's pretty late, actually. I mean, they're Kiwi, so I guess, you know. They're GMT plus 12. So if we do EDT to GMT plus 12, that would be 8 a.m. for them. So that makes sense. That's why it's 4 p.m. my time, is because it would be 8 a.m. for them. So they're starting Monday or Friday morning, bright and early at their time. Finally managed to win a career with Super Creek. Is that a horse? A Hods? A Hods? Do. Bump, 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 bump. Bing, bing, bong, bong. Okay. Escape shot. Ding, dong, ding, 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 dong, 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 dong. Bow. Bye, bow. Now creates ice fragments in its area. Fragments explode after a short duration. Now causes you to travel. What? It makes you travel more? Didn't they say they wanted to do less of this? I guess if it's called escape shot, maybe. Maybe it's fine if that one makes you move. Huntress changes. Explosive spear. Ground duration increased. 4 seconds to 8 seconds. That is nice. That is nice. It's not really a game changer, but it's nice. Wait, what the frick? I don't know, the more we dive into like these like line item changes, the better Sorceress sounds. Sorceress sounds awesome. When passing through flame wall, the eye and all shards gain the flame wall's bonus fire damage. Don't even need an infusion for this now. Dun, 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 dun. Fangs of Frost. That's a lot of freeze buildup. Nice. Fireball. Here we go. The devil is in the details, man. Look at this for Sorceress. This is crazy. It's gonna feel like a brand new class. Fireball, Firestorm, Flame Wall, Flammability, Eye of Winter, Ember Fusillade, Comet, Cold Snap, Ball Lightning, Archmage, Arc. All of these have been reworked or buffed. No longer creates secondary Firebolt projectiles by default. Plus, consumes a fire infusion to launch secondary projectiles. Projectile explosion. Projectile and explosion increased. Go to 362 damage at top end. Ramish. This for a red Teletubby game too? Yep, it is. How'd you know? Secondary projectile damage increased. Oh my, 218 to 606 at top end. What? It tripled the secondary projectile damage. I guess because you need to get a fire infusion to get them, so maybe it's just making up for how little it happens comparatively. What is this now? Silly warrior light. What are these noises? He's gonna eat it. Why not? It's candy shaped. Boom, boom. Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, Fireball got mega buff. Well, I might do... Bro, I kind of want to do Sorceress now. Maybe a Fire Sorceress? Fire Sorceress has always been a little awkward in general. In general. It's been very hard to make Fire Sorc work. Okay. Secondary projectiles can hit the same target as primary. So you basically get to double up on single target. Bro, I might do Fire Sorc. This sounds crazy. Finally, fire. Radius reduced. 5.6 meters to 2.8 meters, so cut in half. Creates one bolt every 0.1 seconds to every 0.2 seconds. So it's smaller and slower. No longer consumes ignite. Now consumes every type of elemental infusion. Fire causes the storm to double in size and 3x bolt count. Okay. Cold and lightning create additional cold and lightning bolts. One of each infusion can be consumed by a single use. So you can get fire, lightning, and cold infusions and then cast Firestorm. And it'll double in size and shoot tons of bolts of all three elements. So you can actually create an elemental storm with this ability now. Let's see. Firebolt damage increased 83 to 144 at top end. Damn. Damn. Want to just play Fire Witch? Could play Fire Witch. Those are just different, though. Not exactly a hot swap, is it? They just different. Combat. Flammability, conductivity, hypothermia combined into elemental weakness. Fire Witch, aka Chaos. You mean Black Flame Witch? Or Black Flame Sorceress? I'll also do Black Flame, that's pretty cool. Oh, wow. Frost Bomb, which I think is Sorc, right? It's the Bomba. Pulsing Orb of Frost. Yeah, man. If I can type. If I can actually type. Look at this is crazy, dude. So much. Frost. Bomba. Base damage reduced? No. It did hit pretty hard. 701 to 538 at top end. Cooldown increased. Wait, the damage went down and the cooldown went up? That's kind of cringe. Detonation time increased. 2 seconds to 4 seconds. So just nerfs all around. But now chills enemies as though dealing 300% more damage. Applies elemental. Maybe they just want it to be a debuffer. Exposure. Was that a bust one-shotter? I don't think Frostbomb one-shot bosses. It did do a lot of damage, though. Usually you stack it because you can cast it over and over. Not anymore, though. Now has a limit of 1. Never mind. You used to be able to cast it over and over. So wait, they increased the cooldown, lengthened the detonation time, reduced the damage, and set a limit of 1. So this thing just got nerfed into the ground. It's primarily going to be just for applying elemental exposure, I would reckon, and adding some like freeze buildup. But now it's not. With a limit of 1 and a long, like doubled cooldown with longer detonation time and less damage, it's not really going to be a primary source anymore. It's Frostwall. All right, this is the thing that creates that, right? Creates the ice segments. Now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. So you can't instantly detonate it. Is Frostbolt any good? The new snap is probably gonna make Frostbolt more interesting. Hopefully. Speaking of Frostbolt. Projectile speed reduced by 20%. So it's slower, but it's easier to snap, I guess. No longer leaves chilled ground as it travels. Now chills as though dealing 25% more damage. But then the damage got nerfed. Projectile damage reduced. 302 to 216 at top end. The nerfies, bro. The nerfies. Water stat. Ah, this is for Monkey. Yeah, so this is just to encourage you to not spawn crystal instantly detonate, but 0.5 seconds, I don't know, this feels kind of weird. So they just want you to pause in between spawning and detonating? Or maybe they want you to build up more of them before detonating? curious what they're trying to force here as far as gameplay. 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds. Kind of an interesting choice. I'm not really sure. This one, I don't know why. I mean, Galvanic Shards was meant to be a builder, not a entire build by itself. So I can see why they're making changes to it. But it is kind of shocking how far they went. Mercenary changes. Ammunition no longer has 50% less reload speed. So it reloads faster. Now has 5-to-1 bolt loaded per clip by default. Projectile damage. Oh, the damage went up, but they're cutting the ammunition though. 31% to 54% at top end. The beam attack damage is increased as well. Interesting. 156% to 272% at top end. Fragments fired increased 6 to 8. Mana cost reduced 61 to 48. Clips what you need to put it. It's called a magazine. Listen, the developers called it a clip. Okay. Take your beef up with them. Gas grenade. No longer has special behavior to detonate when it stops. Instead, strictly obeys its detonation time like other grenade. Wow, 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 wow. Ice crystals now have 50% more AoE if shattered, but also deal 80 less damage in the first 0.5 seconds. Wow, 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 wow. La 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 la. Bow, bow. No longer has minus consumes freeze on enemies to deal 30% more damage. Instead, consumes freeze on non-unique enemies to deal 150% more damage. Consumes freeze on unique enemies to deal 500% more damage. So it's weaker on normal enemies and stronger on unique enemies. Do a best donut type series? What is the best donut? What's the divine cost these days? The last I looked, it was like 900 exalt. We'll see what happens with the new orbs and the new trading system too. But it ends up getting that high again. Hopefully not. Maybe it'll become 5 greater exalt orbs, you know, instead of 900 exalt orbs. Maybe a couple hundred lesser or normal exalt orbs. I don't know. It was closer to 3K. Yeah, I think it's because when the new season got announced, I think people are they're slowing down their trade and stuff. So I'm guessing the numbers have just gotten real great, you know, they've gotten a little bit more dulled. I saw it up to 2K, I didn't see 3K, but 3K, that's nuts, dude. That's way too much. Burst radius increased 0.5 meters to 0.6 meters. Should trade off my divines. I mean, it's all going to standard anyway. Depends on how much you play standard league or not. It's almost as much as the Q was in Dawn Trail release. We'll see how much the next expansion does, man. It seems like they're really, I feel like people are kind of down about FF14 recently. What's up, dwarf? Can we throw ourselves in the pit? Good question. Even the mod beasts are leaving? Yeah, dude. The dates for the fan beast is bad news. Like, maybe we won't get a new expansion until 2027. That would be catastrophic for them. I feel like people are already so over Dawn Trail at this point. It's like, so done with it. Increased effect of socketed marks. Yeah, Ray was telling us about it. Sure. Kind of crazy that they would even do that in the first place. I would say Herald of Thunder is general. Oh, decreased. Are they gonna keep Yoshi and the writing team away from the next? Wait, is Yoshi responsible for walking our Lamots? Is he to blame for this? I mean, I would be fine if they started a new like path to Endwalker arc. It just doesn't feel like where we're going is that grand, you know? What's up, child? Yeah, I think Heavensward, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker were the 3 best expansions. But the War one and Dawn Trail are complete butthole. Just butthole. It's so bad. Hasn't figured out how to put pictures in a live stream. Hey, it's better than the TFD devs doing the filming a LED screen with a phone camera situation. How long did it take you to defeat Jamun-Ra the Abomination? Do you think I remember the exact duration of my fight with the Act 2 boss in Path of Exile 2? I don't know. Couple minutes? He's got 2 phases. Depends on your build. You can get him done in like 30 seconds. Gotta blow him through phase 1 and phase 2. It gets longer, depending on how much damage you do, and the immunity phase that he has in the first phase, but a couple minutes, depending on your build. Holding up a shiny piece of paper is worse. They're both bad for different reasons, for sure. Thinking of grinding out levels to 38 before fighting him? If you feel you need to, go for it. Did I already do X-Blast? Stay focused. No longer consumes fully broken armor. I need to get another crossbow to weapon swap. You need to have 2 weapons to weapon swap. Yeah, you have to have some. You have to have a weapon to swap 2 in order to weapon swap. But you can put whatever you have, whatever you meet the minimum requirements for. You can put it in your other set. The FF4 remake was bad. Did Creative Business Unit 3 not do that one? Who did the other one? Was that the core Squeenix team? Additional physical damage equal to 5% of physical dealt by applied debuff. Interesting. Oh, post Endwalker MSQ. Ah, I see. You were being facetious. Ooh, ice milk, bro. When is the TFT dev stream? It's super late tonight. Super late. So I'll either cover it tonight, but more likely I'll cover it in the morning. Cold infusion to deal more damage and create a chilled area. The reality is Final Fantasy 14 is like it's a turn-based game wearing a Halloween costume. Final Fantasy 14 is like the most technically real-time game you can play on the market right now. I mean, with how long the global cooldowns are and the fact that you can queue things up, they do blend the line between it's not turn-based, it's real-time, but like it's definitely closer to turn-based than it is real-time. Especially with how much Yoshi P likes just gutting any mechanic that any job has. Yoshi P just wants every job in the game to be a one-button press the entire. He just wants everything to be ridiculously simple for no reason. So here we are. Assembled piece by piece, choose run and ship modules allowing full creative design. Yeah, I saw that, guy. It's pretty crazy. Devil May Fantasy 16 gameplay to hit square for 10 minutes. That's only if you're not. Listen. I will not let people slander the Final Fantasy 16 combat system just because you're able to spam square. Doesn't mean that that's the only way to play. The correct thing to play in F16, in my opinion, is to switch between the elements and the primals, use their abilities and mix them together and create your own gameplay just like DMC. But they also did make it so you could do an auto combo by spamming square. Just because you can. Killing sus mods, making classes easier. How could he do this? Who knows, dude? Did they reduce his health by chance? Are you still talking about Jamunra, child? I'm not aware of any health changes they made to Jamunra, the Act 2 boss in the campaign of Path of Exile 2. No, I'm not sure. Did you see the weird gacha game Destiny Rising? I have seen it, yeah. Damn right, it told me. Damn right. What's up, Top Bun? Very good, very good. Yes, very good. Ah, yes, very good. Very, very good. For a good action MMO, there was Terra. Terra was good. Aeon. Fight for Your Life, whatever it's called. Lost Ark. Very good MMO combat. If I could be so bold. If I could be so bold. Sword Art Online had awesome multiplayer combat. Real. 24 hours. Where am I going? Grab the Yemling. Oh my, what is this, bro? Oh, I'm getting owned. Hello? Quick move? Is it broken? The items won't move. Hello? I'm innocent. I did nothing wrong. Did the servers explode? Jonathan? Can I play? Well, I guess I'm not gonna look in game then. What the heck? What'd you do? I moved an item from my stash. Is that so wrong? Okay, can this go away now? Remove only. Like I've removed everything. What is happening? Also, all of my tabs broke again. I'm gonna stop using tabs, dude. Their tab system is so buggy. Every time I try to use it, it breaks. What the heck, bro? Okay, if I do that, does it go away? Why are these still here if we're remove only? Shouldn't they disappear as soon as I empty them? Or maybe they go away after you. Yucky, yucky, yucky. I yuck my yum. I yam my yam. I yuck my yam. I yam my yam. Okay. I don't even know if it's worth keeping any of these. Yuck my yam. Okay, that one's remove only. This one says remove only, but it's literally empty. Oh, it works now. Except I can't take anything out. Did it break again? Am I gonna crash? Bro. Jonathan. Jonathan. Am I gonna crash? Yep. Jonathan hates me, I guess. He wants my stash to fail. Why would he do this? Bink, bink, binky, bonk. I'm literally Mr. Stark. I don't feel so good. part of the vision, baby. Pulling items out of my remove only tab is breaking. I just tried to move. I just tried to move and I got disconnected. Okay. Fine. I won't log into your game, Jonathan. Fine. Third time's the charm. I give up. I won't play your game. Shard damage increased. 33% to 82%. What's up, Elena? I changed up some of my stats so I could wear gear with as much electric resist as I can. I'm at 75%. You want to max out your resistances. That helps a lot. Lightning resist is very important in Act 2. So you're on the right track. Shard's arm after 1.5 seconds. Shards deal up to 300% more damage after arming. Interesting. Shards deal 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds. No longer deal 700% more damage after 0.5 seconds. They're just making it more consistent, essentially. Wait, projectile damage decreased. Fire, ice explosion, unearth. That's a lot of things. Sounds like fun. Now has, it doesn't even say what this time is. Now has an arming time before which shards won't explode. It's a little bit of a preamble to it. It sounds like it's going to be 0.5 seconds. So it's like a slight delay before they explode. Incendiary shot. No, 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 no. Play it again? What am I playing? What am I playing? Oh, the song you just heard? Play it again! Now! I want a doot doot. I want a Pepe Jammers. We need like a Wednesday song. That's what we need. I yearn to doot doot. Allow me to doot doot. That's all I ask. Play Haunts? Haunts? But it's Thursday? It's Wednesday, my side of the world. Ding dong. Oh, ha. Ignites as... Now ignites as you inflict. Wait. Ignites you inflict are 200% faster. Can I ascend before fighting Jamin-Ra the Abomination? Yeah, you can ascend in like the 20s. Are you talking about your second ascension? If you haven't done your first one, you should go back and do it. Well, 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 if it isn't monkey, junky, spunky, and your trunky. Was it a good nap? Did you have any good puppy dreams? Increased ignite duration for each pellet that hits. Now inflicts. Inflicts. %100% to 300% more flammability. You know my full name? Maybe. Maybe. Incinerate has been reworked, huh? Look at all these little nuggets, dude. All these little nuggets buried in the patch notes. Look at all these little nuggets. Little nuggets. Has been reworked. Now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. Your cat sitting, the cat threw up everywhere. You should throw up more to assert dominance. No longer has a base mana cost. No longer applies fire exposure. Cast speed is now fixed. Gaining stages every 0.25 seconds. This music reminds me of Claire. This is from Liza P. So very similar styles, I guess, artistically. Pinky bonk. Play Claire. Play Claire now. Cone length increased. It's nice. 4.6 meters to 5.8 meters. Max stages increased. What? 8? It has now 4 more stages? 12 stages now. No, dude, this thing is like completely different. Creates burning ground by default. Now consumes fire infusion to create ignited ground. Okay, so general chronomancer infusion interactions. So this is infusion interactions. Incinerate Consumes fire infusion to create ignited ground. Ice Nova consumes cold infusion. Deal more damage and create chilled area. Firestorm consumes all 3 types of infusions for bonus projectiles. Down, down, down. Frost wall. Fireball consumes fire infusions for bonus projectiles. Ember Fusillade consumes lightning infusions to add chain lightning on hit. Just kind of keep track of everything that can be infused. Comet consumes fire infusion to deal bonus fire damage and increase radius. Cold Snap Ball Lightning consumes fire. They kind of, a lot of them consume fire infusion. Less of the other elements that I would have thought, but Ignited Ground. To leave ignited ground and explode. And then arc as well. Wait, this bounces in additional times, right? Chain additional times, yeah. Pretty cool. Okay. Big rework of Incinerate. Huge. Ignited ground area increased. 0.8 meters to 1.4 meters. Beam ignites as though doing 470 to 778 fire damage. On 12 dungeon runs instead of 25? Did they hotfix it? I don't know. I don't know who at Magnum thought people were doing 25 dungeons a day for a normal daily. Oh my god. What were they thinking? Oh my god, dude, I'm like overwhelmed, chat. This is so much. Is that how you guys feel when you look at these patch notes? It's so much. Nothing much, dwarf. Just more reading. Exciting, exciting. Infernal Cry is, does this count as mace? No, it doesn't count as a weapon, but it does require strength. We all looked at and can't understand the patches, and I haven't even read them. Like, how long have I been going over this, dude? Like, this is crazy. These are my reduced notes. My reduced notes on the patch notes are 800 lines now, and climbing. These are like the shorthanded notes. Like, what the heck, bro? Supposed to be less. Oz was a bit of a cheeky boy, did a video about how the Walking Dead stream was a nightmare and then added the VHS lobby music to it. Homie's really going in. Homie's really going in. Okay, warrior changes. Infernal Cry now empowers 1 attack per 10 enemy power in range. They're kind of moving to doing more of this kind of scaling with enemies things with warrior. There's even that new node in the new tree that gives you more defense and survivability based on how many enemies are around you, and also how like in danger you are.
Feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out. Close to you.
Minus 4 to 38% war cry speed removed.
Cause I just no feeling of you. Give it to me.
Powered attacks gain 32 to 49% of damage as fire.
Just want you step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright. I feel good on you, alright. Make a groove.
I lost the war cry speed, which is kind of unfortunate. Can I descend before fighting Jamanra? Yeah, you can ascend at like level 23 in Path of Exile too. It's just a matter of like making it easier for your character or not, right? You can do it well before Jamanra the first time. Well before it.
Come to me, feel alright. Just dance with me all through the night. Turn it out.
Okay. Can I remove this without it breaking? There we go.
I feel good, cause I just know feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just walk your step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright. I feel good on you, alright. To make a groove all night.
That's where you have one of these, huh?
Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me. Feel alright. I feel good on you. Alright. Make a groove all night.
Uno más.
Close your eyes.
Shields.
Come to me. Close your eyes.
Oh, you can make this smaller, right? Let's do that. Less scrolling.
Les flocons de neige qui brillent dans le
Okay,
ciel.
that one's done.
Nocturne me réconfort.
That one's done.
Je t'attends.
Oh, why can't I sell directly, dude?
Je t'attends depuis trop longtemps. Je peux t'entendre dans mon cœur. Un murmure de ma propre confession.
Why can't I sell directly from
Le
stash?
moment de te rencontrer maintenant. Écoute mon cœur, où es-tu maintenant? Il s'agit d'attendre toute ma vie. N'entends-tu pas ma petite voix? Je t'attends.
It was chill attack on it, and DPS is tied to FPS. Get that FPS up, brother.
Le vent qui me caresse, un ciel brillant. Serait-il possible que je te murmure à ton oreille? Si
Holy moly,
vous
brother.
avez une longue journée, te souviens-tu de moi souffrant? Tu reviendras un jour.
Oh my lord.
Écoute mon cœur, je t'attendrai même. Si j'ai mal au cœur, pour que tu puisses entendre ma petite voix, je t'attendrai.
I'm just going to delete my old characters and pretend that standard doesn't exist. That is probably the way to go. To be honest. I want to dump all of this too. I think we're kind of nearing the end of it though, huh? Oh, we have a socketables for this now. Perfecto. Okay. So now if I relog, those should all be gone. Right? Fingers crossed. Higher tier cores? Yeah, I agree too. Getting weapon cores is still kind of a pain, isn't it? There you go. Now it's all been merged. Okay, we're good. Wait, why? Oh, wait. Charms go in the flask slot now? Kind of nice. What are these doing here? Wait, why are these not going to the map tab? Hello? Waystone. Is it because they're corrupted? Or are they old? Wait, why can't I put these in? I can. Huh? Where is it going? Why is it going to the ritual tab? It's oh, it's going to the delirium tab because all enemies are delirious. Does that sound right? Players in area are delirious. Players in area are delirious. And then when I send it to the map tab, it instead goes to the delirium tab as a waystone. I feel like that's not right. This is just marked as delirium as an affinity, and this is marked as waystone as an affinity. But you would think that the waystone would win out in that case. Maybe they're just old? I don't know. NFTs go burr on Steam? Click on a banana makes you feel like divine revelation. Is that a review? Cool. Okay, so that's all set up. Where did we leave off? The copy pasta. Critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV with a free trial that includes the award-winning Heavensward. Wow. Combust now deals combust damage reduced 180 to 167. I feel like that reduction wasn't necessary, huh? But now deals more damage at max level. Gotta frolf around the yard? Do it, man. Spread your pixie dust or whatever it is. At levels beyond 20. Allows you to expand, consumes endurance charge. To empower additional attacks, okay? Grants 1 power charge when culling normal enemy. 1 power charge. Now grants X power charge when culling normal enemy. 1 charge. Rare. 2 power charges. That's a sweet change. I like that a lot, actually. So if you cull a unique, you get 3 power charges. Wouldn't having the firearm versus Colossus be better? It is slightly better, yeah. It is slightly better. Why would you delete a character you spent so much time and pain making? Because I'm a seasonal player, and the character is no longer seasonal, so why does it matter? The characters become dead to me as soon as they're no longer seasonal, you know? But I understand that not everyone plays seasonal. Some people like to play standard. It's perfectly fine. Choir of the Storm got better. Increases and reductions to triggered skill. No longer generates energy. I was talking about cores for it. You can run Firearm Attack versus Colossus if you want. It's slightly better than Firearm Attack. The only reason I suggested Firearm Attack on the Ancient Knight is because it's not much of an increase, and it means that you can use Ancient Knight on things that aren't Colossi. If you only ever plan to use Ancient Knight with Serena, and you only ever plan to shoot only Colossus and nothing else, you can run Firearm Attack as Colossus. But if it's only a slight increase and the other option allows you to use it on any target, pillars, ads that spawn, commander enemies, elites, special enemies in Axion, right? If you plan to shoot other things, I think Firearm Attack is better. But that's entirely up to you. Where would you even put that, huh? All gems? Conduit? Is this from Elemental, I guess? Yeah. Consumes shock on targets hit. Okay. Now has a 6-second cooldown. Alright, let's keep reading on that one. Base damage increased 123 to 208 at top end. Wait, no. Let's just do the biggest. 27 to 568. It's like doubled, basically. Almost doubled. Almost doubled. Now has 2 additional bolts if shocked enemy is in area. So Lightning Conduit just won't consume shock anymore. And it's something you use less often, but obviously we have those modifiers where you can take a skill that has a cooldown and modify it that way.
If I would share my tears in this downtown fantasy, many of them call reality. If I would lose my name to
Okay.
this senselessness I see, truth in riverside or insanity. sunlight. Define the heights behind
longer,
your
huh?
side for those windmills. Let them run again. 'Cause I will fight. Let it be the cold rain.
Deals 50% more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. So it still splits towards 3 targets when consuming a frenzy charge, but now it no longer does bonus damage. It had to happen, man. Lightning Spear was a little bit much.
Every morning, every night, my fate confined beyond isles upon the bridge across the stranger line. Those devils never break out of their great disguise.
Interesting.
So I will fight.
Sorceress changes.
Another sound, another falsely fight. Those rambling words that
Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped locations in Uncut Gems. So if we go to Elemental, Solar Orb is here. Am I blind? I'm blind. I'm blind? I'm blind. I'm blind? Huh? Living Bomba? Wait, is Living Bomba a what? Am I what? What? I'm what? Thinking of frickin' Kael'thas, man. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Living Bomb is now a tier 5 elemental skill gem, while Solar Orb is an inherent. I see. I've swapped. Right. That's why it was so confusing before, because I saw that Solar Orb was on a caster weapon, but I don't remember it being on a caster weapon, so it freaked me out. But this is the line we were missing. So Solar Orb is now a skill given by Pyro Fight Staves, and instead Living Bomb is now a level or a tier 5 elemental skill gem. Yeah, so now Living Bomb is here, which means you don't have to use an item for it, which that makes a lot of sense. I think we're gonna miss the Solar Orb because this has the ability, this will have the ability to consume infusions as well, I think. Or maybe even generate them. But now it's gonna be tied to a weapon type instead of a skill. I still can't wrap my head around the benefits of season over standard. Try to imagine being gifted a really, 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 really old car. Okay? So someone gives you like a rundown, used, old, like 65 Ford or something like that. You can't understand the feeling of wanting to just sell it and get a new car to start fresh? That concept doesn't settle well with you? That's the whole point of seasons is, you know, starting over at the same time with everybody else. You know, a brand new start. You get to make a new build with a new character. You get to try out the new stuff. And there's no one that's ahead of you because everyone starts at the same time, right? It's like saying that, you know, what's the difference between a marathon and a sprint? The sprint, everyone goes back to the beginning and measures how far they can go in a set distance. Whereas the marathon is a long period, right? They're just different things. They're just different. Living Bomb no longer explodes at end of duration. I might be doing like a Firestorm. We get Living Bomb on the skill tree. Firestorm is insanely strong. Incinerate has been completely reworked. Firebolt has been reworked. Like all of these are now separate. It's crazy. They didn't even really mention this. Not when I spent so much of my casual time building my mercenary. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Now explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy. Are they changing Blood Mage? Reworking some of the curses, giving you free points in your ascendancy trait. So for the Blood Mages now, Deadeye looks ridiculously strong now, like insanely strong. So for the Blood Mage tree, they removed this node, and this node is now free. So you basically, Blood Mages now get 2 free extra points in their tree. Because it did feel really bad to be forced to choose this and lose those points right off the bat without any, skill expression, whatever. It's like, you literally have to spend these 2 points whether you like it or not. And then once you're minus 2 points, then you get to play, So now this node is gone and this one doesn't cost me. But you still have the same amount of points, so it's easier to reach some of these. Yeah, Deadeye looks busted, like busted. The new Cold Marks looks really good. They have a new passive aura that allows them to apply marks infinitely. Yeah, they got some crazy stuff going on. Duration increased. Doubled. Nice. I don't know if I like the parry going away on Magma Barrier. I actually liked the parry on Magma Barrier, personally. I don't know about you guys, but I liked being able to parry with Magma Barrier and cause the explosion on my own. I get that it's a little less practical. Passively increases chance to block while active. Charges with lava over time. Once fully charged, your next block with shield raised will spray lava and grant an endurance charge. Another way for warriors to get endurance charges, man. Magma Barrier is your favorite skill? Dude, it's fun, but it looks like I need an evasion shield. Does it? Grants 25% increased block chance. Damage increased. Wait, no. Yeah, 471% to 684%. It sounds like we're losing the parry effect, but more block chance and then it building up on its own. It's definitely more consistent without you needing to block, or you needing the parry, basically. Mana increased. Remember the damage buff from evasion? It didn't say that on Magma Barrier here. So Magma Spray is now based off offhand fire damage instead of evasion on shield. So now you don't need evasion. Wait, no, reversed. Now has added fire damage per 15 evasion, but that's additional. And the base is there. So you get a little bit extra damage if you have evasion on the shield. So you're right.
Je me languis de toi et je monte encore.
136 to 408. Wow. Wow, it's a lot. Mana remnants. This is the music of Life of Pi? No, Lies of P. Life of Pi is a... Those are two very different things. Isn't that the movie with the tiger? What the heck? That's the movie with the tiger, bro. What the heck? Lies of P good? Yeah, it's very good. It's the modern spiritual successor of Bloodborne. Lies of P is awesome. Where does this game take place again? What do you mean, this game? Are you talking about Lies of P? Or are you talking about Path of Exile 2? Path of Exile 2 exists in a world called Rayclast? It is Souls-like, Monkey. Yeah, it is. No, you're fine, Shaw. I was just laughing at the comparison. Life of Pi just came out of nowhere. So random. Because of the more favor to might weapons and how much easier those were for trading? For trading. What? When the game first came out, the might weapons weren't the strongest. I'm not sure, does Lives of Pi take place in early... I've never seen the movie. I don't know where the movie takes place. I'm guessing it's India? It revolves around two survivors of a shipwreck who are on a lifeboat in the Pacific Ocean. One is an Indian boy. Check this game out. Lives of Pi, it's Lies of P. Lies of P. There's no Life of Pi video game. It's Lies of P. Where does it take place? In a fictional world. The City of Cross, or whatever it's called. It's a fictional video game. You didn't like Bloodborne? What? This is like alien invasion kind of business. Super goofy, bro. It's a Billy China game. You're gonna play it? Let me know how it goes. Is it out already? Beep, 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 beep. Souls make you big upset, get good, play good games. Bloodborne is such a beautiful game, though. Oh. It's one of the greatest games of all time. It really is. It's in my top 10 for sure. I thought Lives of Pi was supposed to be historical. Okay. What are you talking about, child? Are you talking about the movie or the game? You keep saying Lives of Pi. What are you talking about? I'm so confused. Oh my god. I feel like I'm trying to like solve the Enigma machine every time child types. Are you like intentionally still talking about the movie, or are you like intentionally calling it Life of Pi, even though I've corrected you like 3 times? What are you talking about? You're talking about the movie or the game? I'm so confused. Pop beep. Boop beep 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 beep. We're gonna put mana remnants on. It's an aura skill, so it is kind of general, huh? It is kind of general. Is that how you spell it? You mean the thing that I've typed in chat 3 times already? The thing that I've typed word for word with punctuation? Like 3 times in chat? The thing that you keep ignoring? You can Google it too. Like Google is a thing. You know, like you can just open a tab and type things. I want to know something. What is it I want to know? Please, Google. Like there's AI and stuff. What is the game that sounds similar to Life of Pi, but is a Souls-like? Generating Lies of P. Whoa! Thank you, Google, for answering my question in real time. Crazy. Okay, we can put this under general, which I think is where we are now. So more mana gain from these, which is really good. Additional mana. Mana gain increased. 208 to 281. You have a case of tunnel vision? I've noticed that about you, child. Sometimes you need like I don't know, I've known people that struggle with you know, horse blindering new information as it comes in, you know. I myself can be quite dense sometimes. Sometimes it helps to have like a impetus, you know, like you poke yourself or you snap your fingers or clap your hands, just like something that tries to trigger the automated process of your brain to absorb new info or release the horse blinders and try to look around you. It can be quite useful. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know why they didn't just put all this in, like, I feel like the formatting on these patch notes is so bizarre. Everything's all over the place. That's why I'm doing this and putting it in categories, is because it's just all over the place. Like there's just too much, man. Like there's just too much. Now steps backwards instead of forwards. I feel like, couldn't we just make it not move you at all? Does it have to go in a direction? Oh, it does. Instead of forwards, if you're moving, otherwise attacks in place. Okay, so you get the option. Now inflicts 200% more flammability. Now has 100% increased ignite duration. Secondary projectile can no longer be modified. I feel like you could buff this a little bit more. It's not like Molten Blast was a huge problem. It's been quite good, but it needs to be nested in easier to read categories, obviously. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing, is they have this massive like novella of like all the skill changes, but and I guess it is kind of confusing, right? Because technically a lot of these skills are more housed by a weapon type and a class, but it doesn't mean that everyone else can't use them, right? So I think that's kind of where the tricky part is, right? Because like you can while technically some of these are very themed and coded for a single class, it doesn't mean they can't be used for other classes. So maybe they're just trying to keep it generic. Which makes sense logically, but it also becomes very confusing because I don't think there's anyone really using like Molten Blast or some of these. I don't know. Some of these just pretty much only get used by warriors right now as it stands. But yeah, yeah, it's definitely not as cut and dry. But I think the way they have it formatted is quite confusing. Coming soon skills, yes, the Sooners, of course. La 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 la. Look at all his sorcerers changing. I don't know. I was thinking Acolyte of Chalupa, but all these Sorc changes are really interesting. Now triggers when casting any spell in its radius. Creates lightning infusion remnants if all bolts are used up or duration expires. So it's one lightning infusion per cast of Orb of Storms. So you spawn the Orb of Storms, you go inside of it, you spam spells. When it ends, you pick up the Lightning Infusion, you spawn another Orb of Storms, you stand in its radius and cast spells. Max bolts reduced. 29 to 8. They had axes yet? No. No axes. No axes, no swords, no daggers, no flails. Fires a bolt every 4 seconds by default, plus another per casted spell. Oh. Now triggers from casting any spell in its radius. Triggers when using a lightning skill near the orb. Huh? So is it lightning or not? Casting any spell in its radius triggers, fires a bolt when you use a lightning skill. I wonder if they just, is that a typo? Dinky dinky donk. Binky, binky, bonk. Binky, binky, bonk. Binky, banky, spank. Spanky, spanky, spunk. Damage increased. Melee, strike range increased. Plus 14 to plus 35. So doubled the range and increased the damage on Perfect Strike. Have all the classes, if only, man. If only. If only we could just fast forward. Don't you want to be part of the journey? Don't you want to be part of the journey? Permafrost bolts. Freeze buildup increased by a lot. 80% to 504%. Attack damage reduced. So less damage, but a lot more freeze buildup. Crazy amount more. You lose damage for it. Which I don't think, were people spam, did anyone make a build spamming permafrost bolts? I feel like nobody did. I remember permafrost bolts being pretty bad. All good, child. No worries, no worries. Plasma Blast was towards the bottom, right? This one was a bit of a wind up. Hopefully they just buffed it. Now has 50% more magnitude of shock inflicted. I don't know if I remember that exactly, Alice. Was that in the trailers or like their gameplay reveal for Mercenary? No longer has 30% more chance to shock. So instead of chance to shock, it has shock magnitude. Converts more physical. Is this 70%? It is 70%. Yeah, this is 80. This is 70. A couple years ago. A couple years. Where's Alia? Alba. This is from Lamb game. This is from Lamb. You know Lamb? I'm gonna lamb. I'm gonna lamb. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. What's up, Hugh? Welcome back. We just want to burn the world enough anymore in games. More destruction. Spearheads left by rapid install now lasts for 30 seconds. That's the Huntress skill, right? The heart. 10 seconds to 30 seconds. I have my starter narrowed down to approximately 28 choices. Wow. You're like on the last step then, huh? Almost all of the options eliminated. You're down to the last 28. Holy moly. Dink donk. Rapid shot is bow, or bow, right? Bow. I'm gonna bow. Oh, crossbow. Are you for real every day, bro? I don't think I have heard your system sound like that before. My system sound like that before. What does that mean? Means you sus. You're sus. No longer has a delay before firing. They just removed the rapid shot delay. So look at all these little nuggets hidden in the patch notes, man. What the frick? That would be awesome, Else. It sounds like Druid is pretty much locked in for .4. And there might be others in the works as well. I'm guessing Shadow is the furthest along after Druid. That'd be my guess. Because we've had daggers in the database for a long time. Swords too, actually, but a lot of daggers. But that's just conjecture, obviously. No longer has 50% less reload speed. Nice. Yeah, that's gonna feel good. Max ammo increased. 87 to 100. Nice. Supposed to use swords. Depends on who you call it. It's duelist in Path of Exile 1, but there's a rumor that it might be renamed to Gladiator. Max heat increased. 24 to 45. Nice buffs for Rapid Shot. Heat no longer grants bonus fire damage. They do Rayman. I wonder how it'll differ from Warrior. Well, it'll differ because they're not in the same area. If you're thinking about the classes here, Duelist would be a dexterity strength hybrid, so they would start in the same place as Mercenary. The one that shares the starting place with Warrior is Marauder, which is the axe. So you have Mace and axe here. So axe is going to be more like bleeds and big boom damage, whereas Mace is like wind-ups and ground effects and stuff like that, and elemental damage. But Duelist would be here with Mercenary. So it's Druid Templar, Witch Sorceress, Monk Shadow, Ranger Huntress, Duelist Mercenary, Warrior Marauder. I see Warriors and Gladiators are very similar in the theme and aesthetic. Yeah, I mean, Gladiator would be the rename for Duelist. Marauder is what they're thinking for the Axe character with Warrior. And again, Marauder's more like Berserker Barbarian, whereas Warrior is more like armored fighter with heavy weapons. You know what I mean? Theme-wise. like more of like a berserker versus a warrior knight kind of thing. No, not true knight, because that would be more like Templar. But you know. Now, reaching max heat disables. Wait. Rapid fire for 10 seconds. Heat is provided once per attack instead of once per 0.25 seconds. So you generate heat faster, the max ammo is increased, the max heat is increased, it no longer has a penalty on windup, it no longer has a penalty on reload. So why would they lock you up from using the skill? It now generates heats once per attack. Heat now begins to decay after 4 seconds without gaining heat. Decays after 4 seconds of not gaining heat. Heat no longer grants grenade damage as fire. What? Instead, explosive grenade and cluster grenade consume 15 heat to gain 50% damage as bonus fire. Incendiary shot. Incendiary shot consumes 30 heat for 50% more ignite magnitude. Interesting. So now they're making it a lot more like pointed on what you do with rapid shot. This is a pretty extensive rework. This ability is now functionally very different. Very different. But they have like a grace period where you can get to, the max heat is higher, the ammo is higher, the fire rate is higher, the gain of heat is faster. But if you get to maximum heat, you can't use rapid fire anymore. And it has a grace period before heat decay. So now you'll be able to get to maximum heat faster than before, and then use other skills to consume that heat, and it won't let you feather rapid shot anymore. So you'll get to max heat, probably let it fully decay, and then get to max heat again and let it fully decay. But it's kind of wild. The audio sounds amazing right now. Sweet. What if Smite 2 never gets Arachne back again, Tony? What if? Interesting, okay. Row amount. Where does that go under? That's a... Is that an aura, technically? Yeah. This is kind of general, I guess. I know Rangers and Huntresses both use this. Probably use it on a mercenary, too, but... Smite 2 is kind of dead to you? No! Smote. Smote is gone forever. Better move. But what music is this? This is from Lamb Game. Ultimate Lamb. Smite is a MOBA? Yeah. Multiplayer online battle arena. Them saying they're going to balance around CC being too much and then adding more is a big yikes. Quad tabs? PoE2. Quad tabs are pretty freaking sweet, man. All the space we now have for activities. Empty these out too. There's not really any reason for me to hold on to sellable stuff. Wah 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 wah. Grants plus 15% move speed while mounted, but grants 80% less movement speed while using skills. Wait. Grants a reduction in the reduction is an increase. So it used to be 100% less movement speed while using skills. Now it's 80% and you get more speed. Heavy stun build up on you now starts decaying if you avoid getting hit for 2 seconds. Okay. Is there a TFD dev stream on the 27th? It's super late tonight. It's in like 5 or 6 hours, so it starts like in the middle of the night for me. Whipwire Ballista. Rename to Artillery Ballista. Now fires a hail of bolts, landing in an area. Bolts now fire 5 down to 4 projectiles. Attack damage reduced. Bolts fired reduced. Attack damage reduced. Attack speed reduced. What the frick? Hail of balls. Duration reduced. Yo, Ripwire got owned. Was it being used a lot last season? Why did it get nerfed so hard? Attack speed reduced. Attack damage reduced. Duration reduced. Projectile count reduced. I guess they just want it to be used for pinning, not necessarily for damage. It took a huge nerf bat. I don't remember where you were 5 hours or 6 hours behind. It's I think it's 10 p.m. Wait, is it 10 p.m. Pacific? Let's see. here you go, bud. This is the live stream. You can get in chat and set up. Just has to start some 5 hours. What are they doing to Whirling Slam now, man? Total attack time increased. I didn't think they would make these longer. I feel like there's already a problem of warrior skills taking too long. Making Rolling Slam longer is kind of crazy. But no longer has an attack speed penalty. So a higher base attack time, but I guess maybe attack speed will have a greater impact? I don't know. It seemed kind of like a weird change. Why did Rolling Slam need to get slower? It was already so slow. Come on, man. General here. Armor per scavenged plating. Reduced. Thorns per plating reduced. This is 90 to 64. That's great, dude. Scavenge plating taking a nerf too. It was used quite a bit, but mostly for the armor, not for the thorns, as far as I remember. Siege Cascade is Merc, I think. Wow. Yes, welcome back, Monkey. How is your frolic through the grass? Impact damage increased 91% to 145%. Explosion damage increased from 98% to 543%. So Siege Cascade just getting a buff. No longer deals bonus damage against immobilized. No longer has stun buildup. No longer converts physical to fire? Or has payoff? It could be, yeah, because if you did 398 plus 200%, yeah, you're right, it's an overall nerf. It's more consistent against targets that aren't immobilized, but it doesn't have the same peak as it did before if they are immobilized. You could probably argue that it has higher DPS now. It's not like you can immobilize over and over and over and over and over and over. It took some build-up, you know? So you could probably make an argument that the DPS throughput is higher over longer engagements, but the burst damage is lower on immobilized targets. Payload radius decreased. Explosion radius increased. I know. Decreased. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, seismic cry. Tier 11. Put on the warrior, I guess. Cooldown no longer reset if it doesn't empower. Interesting. Heavy stuns primed enemies. Empowers attacks if it heavy stuns. Or hits a heavy stunned enemy. Empowers one slam per 10 monster power radius. No longer has 200% increased knockback distance. No longer has more stun buildup. No longer ignores any physical damage reduction. What? Expends an endurance charge to bypass cooldown. They just don't like shout builds being non-stop spamming? What's going on here? Doesn't empower. 2 billion in a 10-minute run? 2 billion for Wall Crasher? Heck yeah, man. That's huge mungus. Huge mungus, bro. Phase movement speed reduced by 25%. No longer has a cooldown. Base attack time increased. I guess because it has a cooldown now? Or has no cooldown? Deals 100%, up to 100% more damage based on distance. With a limit, I'm guessing, right? PoE now deals AoE damage increased. No, decreased. Why are they nerfing shield charge? It's not like it was ever used for damage, right? Who was using shield charge for damage? Collision damage decreased. What the frick? Mega nerf to the damage out there. Man, they're really scared of shield charge. They like wake up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night thinking about shield charge being too strong. Jesus Christ, dude. It took them adding Sprig to the game to remove the cooldown on shield charge, and then when they did that, they nerfed the crap out of it. wild. Shield wall. Curvature has been reduced. Length increased. They want the Frost Blink Ignite builds in PoE2? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, there's definitely some things that got over nerfed because they're obviously very clearly afraid. Which, you know, they got reason to be. Base explosion radius increased. Now damages enemies both close and far. Shield charge now blows right through shield wall. All segments get destroyed when even one is destroyed. Damage decreased. Almost decreased, bro. But now deals 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills. Does shield wall timeout? Okay. Also deals 80% less damage if destroyed by enemies. I think Arcade Leak might be the best trigger to use on Keelan. You think so? Keel. Keenan and Kel. Pulse explosion attack damage reduced by approximately 15%. Shock burst getting nerfed too? They basically, anything that anyone used to a significant degree last season has taken an L. They really want you to use different stuff this season, it seems like. Keenan and Kel, baby. We old, man. We old. Shockwave totem. Slam attack speed. Now. Damage. Slam damage decreased. They scared, man. Why are they so scared? All these preemptive nerfs. Jagged ground eruption damage increased, though. 237%. So they don't want the slam damage from the totem. They want you to be erupting the ground. How badly is Mercenary getting hit? It's Overall, it's buffs for Mercy. No longer physical tag. Shockwave totem cannot create jagged ground. So you have to create jagged ground probably with your own, like, what is it, earthquake and stuff? Yeah, so you have jagged ground. Can this create jagged ground as well? So they want you to earthquake and shockwave totem in combination. And then you could probably do erupt. Isn't there some stuff over here for jagged ground? Over here. Ah, just bleeding, but it doesn't erupt. So what do they want you to do now? Oh, it's just after duration, I guess. But now Shockwave cannot create jagged ground. But it can erupt it, though. Yeah, so they just want you to use a secondary skill with Shockwave now. That's what they want. Understandable. Okay. This is a quarterstaff, right? Siphoning. Am I blind? Shockwave now takes monster size into account. Skeleton Arsonist, I'm guessing, got nerfed. These were used a lot. Explosive Demise is now an attack instead of a spell. Explosive Demise deals 300% attack damage. Explosive Demise deals bonus fire equal to so, what the frick? Can now target minions with... The window got wider. Has a new command skill. Shattering Roar. And consumes freeze. Consumes freeze. Deal additional damage in an area. I tend to play minions, but I don't want to do much. Now they are full. Yeah, there's a lot of active skills. I'm skipping Augusta. Proto RNG has been too shit recently, so I have nothing. Quality now provides revived skeleton damage immunity. 3 seconds. New command. Ice armor. Coats nearby minions, reducing damage they take from hits. I mean, I would pull more banners if Kuro RNG wasn't dog shit for me. I've literally, in the past 4 months for Wuthering Waves, I've had 3 characters miss the 50-50 and then go to the full 160 before I get them. 3 different characters hit maximum double hard pitting. So they've been screwing me recently. Super hard. Causes enemies that hit minions to take cold damage. Counts as frozen for other effects. Interesting. Wait, I wonder if you could snap minions that have ice armor on them, because it says it counts as frozen. Oh, because it also does this, right? Consumes freeze to deal additional damage. So you can skeletal mage command and then brute command to do AoE explosions. But I wonder if consumes freeze means it consumes the ice armor. Rocky barefoot path of free to play, yeah. Bing bong, bing 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 bong. Command gas arrow. Cooldown reduced. That's nice. 8 seconds to 6 seconds. Gas cloud. Damage increased. 80% for 70% to 80%. Nice. Okay. Skeletal Storm Mage. Minions might sound really cool as well, bro. Command. Yeah, they really want command to be the rotation. There's actually so many now. Damage increased. This guy's louder than me. Should we do Deathstalker solo? Yeah, if only, bro. If only, bro. Thank you, Tommy. That was way louder than me, actually. Not just a bit. That was really loud. Okay, Ranger changes. Not too many general ones for Ranger, to be honest. Snipe. Explosion is no longer guaranteed crit. No longer has increased crit damage bonus. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Damage increased 343% to 936%. That's a, I mean, it's basically almost triple. But it doesn't guarantee crit anymore. Radius increased I guess they're tired of the runaway crit one-shots. 8 meters to 2 meters. Projectiles now chain. Projectiles chain chain reduced 4 to 2. Right. That was the last one. It's 1.6 as well. A crit bit with Keelan using Kingsguard Lance. Ooh, Keelan Kingsguard Lance build. Solar Orb is going to be... No longer has mana costs because this is now on a weapon. Pulse damage increased slightly. Ignite, basic night magnitude. Magnitude increased slightly. Small buff, but now it's on a weapon instead of a skill. Sorcery Ward is Witch Hunter, isn't it? Isn't that Witch Hunter? Is it one of these? Am I crazy? Huh? Is this named weird? It's Witch Hunter? Okay. Where did it go? Am I blind? Increased effective sorcery ward. Oh, grant skill sorcery ward. Okay, yeah. See, this is so weird. Like, yesterday, they didn't even have a Witch Hunter category on the patch notes. Then they added a new change to Witch Hunter, which is this change here for Weapon Master. But then they have the Witch Hunter abilities that only get granted by the Witch Hunter talent tree down in the skill gem section. And that's why we're having to like pick through this like piece by piece, is because everything's all over the place. Like, it's literally all over the place. I didn't even know there was a change to Sorcery Ward until we scrolled all the way down here. Quality grants barrier can take elemental damage equal to 0 to 5% of armor and evasion. Oh, it's a nerf. It's a nerf. Sorcery Ward got nerfed. Wait, isn't Witch Hunter like laughing stock right now? Isn't everyone going like Gemling and Tactician? Why did they nerf Sorcery Ward out of nowhere? Okay. Well, Sorcery Ward got nerfed. Feels mad. Deflection, you think so? Or maybe for builds, like if you go more armor and get the armor converted to elemental absorption or elemental damage reduction, maybe they're just trying to make sure that it doesn't double up, I guess. So if you are converting your armor to elemental reduction and deflection, this is another like, just they're kind of scared. Stop losing. They haven't released the new tree, I don't think. I can check, but the thing that, the way I read their note is they said that they can't release the skill tree because the Path of Exile 2 website is not updated to format it. So they're not going to. So we're just not gonna know. I mean, I went and made this video. I have this video which like stitches together all the times they show the new skill tree in the preview, but yeah, I mean, obviously there's 150 nodes and they only hover over a couple of them through the video. So we don't really know the full extent of what's in there now. I'm guessing once the pre-download is live for the patch, people are going to data mine it, and they might see some stuff, but it's very likely that we'll just have to wait for the day of. Oh. Another infusion option. We likeys. I'm gonna try it out myself. Do it, Makano. Do it. Just blame Zaki? Who? Who? Spark consumes cold infusion to fire a large number of ice sparks. Yeah, this is crazy. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. To fire ice sparks, dealing both cold and lightning damage. The lone man? Who? Who? Blame them not like Pablo, dude. Where'd the Pablo at? Spear of Solaris. Spear of Solaris was pretty bad, to be honest. Very cool skill, very bad on launch. Initial hit now does 29% less damage. So starting off with a nerf. Let's see where this goes. Pulses deal 50% more damage. Okay, so less on the initial, more on the pulse. It does last a while, doesn't it? Doesn't it last a while? 1.4 seconds. Every 0.2 seconds up to 20 times. Interesting. And it is physical to fire as well. Okay. Ignited ground deals up to 100% radius. Ignited ground gains 100% radius based on lifetime. That's a nice buff. Bigger radius and bigger radius, more pulse damage. So they're trying to make the laser beam be the whatever. Ignited ground damage buffed by 67%. Okay. I don't know if this is enough to save Spear of Solaris, but it makes it more interesting at least. That means like the pulse. I mean, that was the big problem with it before, and probably still will be, is that the impact is kind of meh damage, and then the pulse of the laser beam is kind of meh damage, and you had to build glory to fire it. So it was like this huge build up for something that didn't feel like it was worth it once you finally used it. Not to mention enemies would walk out of the laser beam, and so you're like, okay, guess I'll just hit nothing. burst fire weapons projectile firing in big 2020s? I don't know, because we hate having performance. Damage increased. Holy! 49% to 204%. Sacre bleu. Suck on you. But deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds. Stormwave is monkey. It's like the beam, the swoop de whoop that you fling with your quarterstaff. Now, additionally, ooh, hits targets to either side of your character. That's a nice change. Just quality of life. It's not really a damage increase. It is, but most of the time probably not. But it's a nice change. That's cool. Wah wah wah, wah ma 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 ma. Lot of mercenary skills got touched, man. Should we all be considering spears again? Maybe. I don't know. Explosive spear got buffed. Fangs of Frost got buffed. Lightning spear got nerfed. Rake got buffed. Rapid assault got buffed. Spear field got buffed. Tame beast got buffed. And Spear of Solaris got buffed. And Ignite got buffed. Elemental damage got buffed in general. Hello, Lido. Lido Princess. My most beautiful, gorgeous girl. What? What? You got puppy problem? Do you have puppy? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. Let me see what she wants. Ho, hi, ho, hee, ha, hoo. Uh-huh. LA Deadeye, ED, Kant Lich, and Totem Tactician, which are also a strong part of this league. And new minion commands. Yeah, those all sound fun. See you, lose it if you're still here. Do 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 do. Okay. Damage increased 388% to 470%. Duration increased 8 seconds to 10 seconds. No longer has base attack time. Now attacks at 35% of attack speed. No longer consumes fully broken armor. Instead, inflicts sundered armor on fully broken targets. So a new debuff. Targets take 20% increased physical damage for duration. So it no longer can, and I think that was kind of, it's an interesting thought experiment, right? Because like I get what they were trying to do with fully broken armor, and they like having payoff skills, but there was definitely a weird part where part of you felt hesitance in consuming fully broken armor, because when you consume fully broken armor, the target gets tankier. So you kind of had to balance out the bonus you were getting for consuming the fully broken armor with the loss of them gaining armor back. So it was a little weird. I can see them, you know, they're adding more and more skills that are no longer consuming this as payoff skills anymore. So it's more like you get to fully broken and then you get to do stuff while they're fully broken instead of consuming the fully broken. But I'm curious how far they'll take this direction. Supercharged slam. Attack damage increased 60%. Wait. 156% to 254%. Damage per stage increased 60. Wait, no. Decreased. Spider-Man? Spider-Man does whatever Spider-Man does. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Temporal chains, huh? Isn't that's technically sorceress, isn't it? technically. Someone's trying to buy something from me? What? Always show sockets. We gotta have life mana levels. People always get upset when we don't show it. Show timestamps. No. Ding 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 donk, dink donk. Pink pink. So after I reformatted, all these settings got reset. Now every criminal gets no freebies. Ding 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 dong, ding dong. Okay, there we go. Doody doody. Tempest Bell. Temporal chains. I guess we can put that under witch, huh? Is that a an aura? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Is this under mage? I'll be danged. I'll be danged, bro. Gonna wing it, Scorb. Get access to the patch early? No. Did you get access to your face early? End up doing two. It's hard because we don't have the skill tree and it doesn't seem like they're gonna be posting it either. So yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're gonna get the I'm gonna be able to get it. Unfortunately, I don't have high hopes that the skill tree will show up at some point. Oh, we're almost done with skills. Chat. Oh my god, it's been a long road. Has anyone actually sat down and read these patch notes like I have? This is ridiculous. K ridiculo. No, 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 no. Na 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 na. Da na na. Da na. Ma 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 ma. Ma 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 ma. Ma 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 ma. Yeah, me. Remember you keep asking, am I crazy? Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. When you're right, you're right. They even added new things to the patch notes. They added 20 new lines to the patch notes this morning. They've been adding to it. Okay, that's fine. Is Time of Need an aura? More! Why would they want this to be int? Oh, because curses and elemental ailments. That makes sense. I guess, but it's stuff that's on you. It's not exactly, you know? No, 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 no. Sport characters in TFD have no way to track their contribution. Indeed. Poor support characters in TFD. Pustule damage increased. It's a pretty big increase there, buddy. It's pretty big, buddy. I ain't your buddy, guy. Now a rain skill. No longer leaps. Now barrageable. No longer has base attack time. Instead scales 80% of attack speed. No, 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 no. Unearth. Down, 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 down. Can now be used on dead skeletal reviving minions. Limited once per death per minion. Bone constructs now have a dash attack. Sick. Quality now increases construct move speed. Music in PoE2 is epic? It is. Very. Muy epicante. Muy. Pray with me. This is Monkey, I think. I'm blind. What up, Monkey Junkie? The Monkey? Try my Gookie Cookie? Out the fall. Enemies in small terrain. Vaulting impact now actually vaults. A small damage increase. So 405 to 422. Weapon-based fusion support on Wall Crasher using Passionate Sponsor. Do it. Now escalates days. Causing damage to Echo until days fades. That's pretty crazy. We'd have to know what a portion of the damage means, like what percent of that. But the fact that it can reissue new damage hits because the target is dazed is interesting. If nothing else. Volcanic Fissure. Oh. God says no and your game crashes. Wall Crasher, meet Game Crasher. Volcanic fissure. Creates 2 additional branches from origin point. That's also that's a big gain. Length of fissure is now affected by area modifiers. Another huge win for fissure. Damage conversion increased 60 to 80% physical to fire. Big increase there. Damage nerf though. Base attack reduced. Aftershocks cannot trigger more than once every 0.2 seconds. Now considered aftershocks. Cool.
Was it real? Was it mine? Was it worth it? Sometimes I feel like a player distressed and pressed by those creeps. All I know is my desire and my love won't fade. I'll set a fire, burn fears to ashes.
Whoa! Electrocution buildup increased from 50% to 340%. But the damage went way down. It makes sense. I mean, you're kind of using Voltaic for the electrocution, not necessarily for the damage. I think this is a fine change. Big nerf, though. Vulnerability buffed. That's a aura, isn't it? Is it magic? Occult? Yeah, it is. Wow. More armor shred. That's sweet. It's kind of more global than Witch, though, isn't it? Although it would help a lot with... I mean, there's a lot of physical builds and physical minions, so... Total armor reduction improved. Damn, it's like over double. Minus 9,605 armor to minus 19,210. That's a lot. It's over double the amount of armor reduction now. This has int requirement, right? Yeah, it's pure int. Kind of makes it a little bit harder to get for like raw strength characters, but not impossible. Oh, and it's barrageable too. Oh my god. Chat, my head hurts. Jesus criminy. Bunch of PoE1 effects and stuff. Footprints. Armor. Aura attack damage increased. Aura accuracy increased. So I wish they just did patch notes like this instead of the paragraph format. Now grants 25% attack speed. Duration increased. No longer removed when you leave the aura. Name that game, chat. What game soundtrack are we listening to? This should be an easy one. This should be an easy one for the initiated. Hello Kitty Island Adventure, so close. So close. Witcher 3? Nope. Donkey Kong? Nope. Think small, cute, white main character. Not BG3. It's a Metroidvania. It'll click once you know what it is. Life of Pi? Not Life of Pi, no. Made by the same dev studio that's doing No Rest for the Wicked, since we're talking about ARPGs. Same studio. It has won many awards and has a lot of hand-painted textures and a very vibrant world in a Metroidvania format. Side-scroller. Life of Pi? Not Life of Pi. No, no, no. Hollow Knight, much closer. So, you're the next door neighbor of the right answer. Same exact, similar style, same genre. There were 2 games, the first game and a sequel. A Blind Forest and a Will of the Wisps were involved. At this point, I'm just screaming the answer. Is this? Ori. Nailed it. Yeah, Ori, you got it. This is the first game. That was my least popular idea, adding ship interiors. I think every space exploration game Every space exploration game wants to have ship interiors. It's just, it's not that easy. You can't see me. His name is John Cena. Where's my whirlwind? Here we go. Did anyone ever use whirlwind lance? I feel like no one ever used this. Collapsing whirlwind now deals 20% more damage. Whirlwind limit reduced. Wait, increased. They keep swapping what order they put them in, so it's very confusing. 5 to 6 now. Duration increased. 8 seconds to 15 seconds. Nice. Good little change there. Wind Serpent's Fury. Yahar? Serpent with 2 E's, right? Supernatural spinoff was aborted. Wonder if it had to do with the actors. Maybe they didn't want to re-up. Training news didn't quite hit the spot for me. Another PoE2 fix soon. Are you saying like you're looking for another game to play? Last Epoch is in its new season right now. Just started last week. No longer causes shockwaves when enemies hit walls. Oh, you mean you want more PoE2 news? We'll see. We'll see what happens when the patch goes live. If they have any surprises for us. Is Windblast monkey? Wind Blast? Wind Blast. Quarterstaff, yeah, I'm just blind. Yeah, it's just like the knockback days thing. Yeah, they really undersold days on launch. It really did need a lot of changes, huh? Now dazes on hit instead of causing buildup. So just straight up dazes now. It just straight up dazes. And we know that the other monkey skill, Vaulting Impact. Now Vaulting Impact will deal additional echoing hits if it hits a target that's dazed. So now you can do am I blind? Wind Blast. You can do Wind Blast into Vaulting Impact. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. Go do No Man's Sky? There's no time, bro. Raging Spirits to clarified the radius per stage of Whirling Slash and Whirlwind Lance. We already looked at that. The wording presentation for Plague Bear to be more simplified, and Thunderous Leap as well. Okay. Oh. Mother trucker. Should I do an item changes? Maybe it's worth doing an item changes too. Oh. I feel like a court reporter at this point. Another ASIM. Very negative. Oh, I remember this one. Dead. Game is dead. Game is dead. Game should be removed from Steam. There's been 0 players. Huh? Zero in game. Yep. I can't wait for one more month. All right. I give it all back, Hasselhoff. On one condition. I will return your vacation days on one condition. State it. My one condition to return your vacation days is that you must have a great time. Non-negotiable. Do we log the item changes, chat? Alien was so bad you could legit just sit there attacking the mercs the whole time for no kill? Damn, dude. Conjuring came out. Is there a new Conjuring? Didn't someone also buy the Conjuring house as well recently? Some content creator with lots of money? The final one, last rites. The final case before they quit. Damn. Bought the war. Oh, it was the shop that they bought. Ah. Bira's Anguish. Unique charm. Creates ignited ground for 4 seconds. No longer ignites enemies in your presence. Black braid, unique body armor. They didn't even they haven't even listed all the new uniques in these patch notes either. My life for ire, dude. Oh. This is just a mess. Armor applied to elemental damage increased. Bones of Ur. Now provides 20 to 30% increased reservation efficiency. Instead of reduce, okay, yeah, so it's a little bit better than before. Now has 5 to 15% increased movement speed. I hope they go in this direction. It kind of feels like having unique boots without movement speed on them is a huge L. So I like seeing them add movement speed to the unique boots that don't have them. It's always good. Do we want there to not be any surprises in games anymore? I mean, inherently, surprise is where excitement comes from. But I think when it comes to like patch notes and knowing what's coming, there's definitely a little bit more desire for that to be laid out clearly. We shall see, Kroll. We shall see. We shall see. Brisk Wrap. Unique body armor. Gains deflection rating equal to 20 to 30% evasion rating of evasion. Death's Harp. Unique bow. Now has 20 to 25% crit damage. Crit damage bonus reduced 40% to 25%. Big nerf to Death's Harp. Big, huge, large nerf to Death's Harp. Effigy of Cruelty. Unique focus. Crit hits with spells apply. Oh, damn. Critical weakness applied. Reduced. 5 to 3. Got a link to these notes? I have their notes. Not mine haven't been posted. Dun, 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 dun. So you have to keep your eyes on it because they keep adding stuff. Like literally adding stuff. They might have even added stuff while I've been doing this. Although I don't know. They seem to do it like in batches. And the surprise is we die. I would laugh. Do. Everybody just jump into the pit. Just jump on in. I'm guessing it's related to the Lich build. That would be my guess. I don't know if they've like leaked it or whatever. But where is it? Is it here? There it is. It's probably related to this. So you can socket the Abyssal Gem jewel into your skill tree, which changes all of the nodes to be like Unholy Lich themed, and you get tribute and stuff. So I'm guessing jumping into the pit has to do with this Abyssal Lich playstyle that you can create. That's my guess. What does Witch Hunter stuff change mean? So if you go to your skill tree, in game, if you look in the top right corner, you see I have weapon set points and skill points. So the weapon set points and skill points are essentially the same thing. It's just when you convert your weapon set points or your skill points into weapon set points, this now allows you to allocate points based on the weapon you're holding. So when you convert 100 passive points into weapon set points, it doesn't mean you lose any skill points. It just means that the difference between your two weapon skill layouts is now much bigger. Right, with 100 points on Witch Hunter, you could essentially have one weapon go left, like over here, and one weapon go right. Like you could literally have two completely different passive skill trees for each of your weapons. No, it doesn't mean they get extra skill points. It just means that they have... It means that their weapon skill trees can vary more because there's more weapon skill points as opposed to just skill points. Right, so Witch Hunter will have the greatest deviation between their two weapons. But they're not generating new skill points that no other class has. What if you're using Fists on Monks? Saw, 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 saw. Saw, 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 saw. Yeah, well, that would just be a skill. That would be a weapon set, right? So like this not having a weapon here, this is a weapon set. So it wouldn't change. Here, it's just your weapon slot would be empty for unarmed. But it's still a weapon set. Weapon set 1, weapon set 2. Whether there's a weapon there or not. Can go from catch these hands to time to Glock. Yeah, that's what's so kind of curious about that change for Witch Hunter. The fact that they can go up to 100 points different between each weapon set means that they could have like a mace with a full strength build and a bow with full dexterity build. So every time they swap weapons, it's like vastly different, which is crazy. It's kind of cool. Bow, 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 bow. Kind of crazy, man. You know crazy? Do you know crazy? You know crazy? You know crazy? No. Where's effigy? Okay. Let's get this done. Unique body armor. Now grants 10 to 18% of max mana as Cold Thorns. No longer giving freeze. I think I'd rather have cold damage, cold thorns over freeze, I guess, in this case. Oh, that was added today. Malagaro's Virtuosity. Crit D bonus is reduced to 250%. Interesting. Weapon set 1 is for your totems. Weapon set 2 is for blasting. As Witch Hunter, you could do that. Which is, yeah, that's nuts. Nazir's Judgment. Now has days on hit. No longer causes days buildup. Deals 30 to 50% damage. Increased melee damage against stunned enemies. Pariah's Embrace. Unique body armor. Armoire. I gotta spell it in the old English way. Because that's what PoE does. Armoire. Provides 20 to 40% mana cost efficiency. No longer provides 20% reduced mana cost of skills. Is the video yet telling me what to play? Nope. Really hope for swords they turn into a mix of like Spellblade and Void Knight from LE. I don't know if it'll be that magical. You're probably thinking of daggers in that case. Shadow daggers might be closer to that. Swords are going to be very fast. Za za za. Dual wielding and such. But we'll see. Quaddle's Molts. Armwire. Now gain deflection rating. This is just kind of like bookkeeping for them. equal to 40 to 60% of evasion. Wow. A great sword erasing strike in PoE. You could probably create that kind of feel with a combination of skills. We'll just have to see what they bring to us. I mean, they might. Who knows? Who knows? It seems like they're kind of reworking the idea of what duelist is, especially if they're wanting to rename it. Tangle Tongue. Crit. Base crit reduced. 20% to 8%. Existing uniques can be made worse with a divine orb. Hog, let me go do that. Whispering Ice. Now applies elemental exposure instead of cold exposure. This is just like bookkeeping nonsense. What would Batman do? They're flying on rooftops. Yeah, I'm gonna kill these. This is just bookkeeping. Literally just bookkeeping. Removed items. Inferno Clasp gone. Forbidden Gaze gone. Thunderstep gone. The Wailing Wall gone. The Fallen Formation gone. Wyland's Stake gone. The Deepest Tower gone. The Remembered Tales gone. Dead. Where's your video on prepping for PoE2 next season? I don't know, dude. Up your butt. Wait. The Red Blade banner. Unique. Shield. What do you even do here? Obviously nothing. Block chance. Wait, these are all going to be block chance reduced, huh? Yeah. All of their block chances went down. Doom Gate. The Doom Gate. Block chance. Increased block chance. Scales higher. 8% to 100%. Are you gonna touch the hole? The abyssal hole? Oh, I will. I'll jump into it, dude. Face first. Face first, baby. The abyssal hole, he says. I'm me, he says. Okay, this would go to crafting changes. Distilled wait. General. Distilled emotions have been renamed to liquid emotions. Ooh. Lowest tier of liquid emotions called diluted liquid emotions. Three highest tiers of liquid emotions called concentrated. You didn't hear their response on no druid yet? You're talking about from the interviews? They had issues with the animations. Right? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. It's probably just because, I mean, when you think about it, the druids can use every weapon in the game, right? So you have your druid character, which now has to animate through crossbows, spears, bows, quarterstaves, spell items, maces. And then now the druid also has to be able to do that through bear form and then the other two forms that it has. And so like exponentially the amount of animations increases, and also the amount of bugs that tech art has to deal with increases as well. Because if you get stuck in a weird animation tree or whatever, it's just, yeah, it's a lot. Having a shape-shifting character with an open weapon format that's a lot of tech art work. Like tech artists are probably hating it. I wonder if they push it to last. No, I think yeah. I don't know what I said, but whatever. It probably wasn't that important. Orbs of Chaos are now more likely to succeed on amulets, rings, belts, and charms. Just by default, I guess. Wait, Orbs of Chance. My mic is out. You're behind the times, child. That was before. Not now. Get with the times. The future is now. Vol orbs drop more in Trials of Chaos and less elsewhere. It's a pretty big change, man. That's a pretty big change. So now Vol orbs drop less everywhere across the game, but drop more in Trial of Chaos. This is great. Like that's what I mean. Like stuff like this is, it's just buried in the many paragraphs, but it's a lot of these are substantial changes that have a big impact on the game. You know, there's just so many line items in this patch that you don't. It's so hard to sift through this stuff. Like, wouldn't you like to know that Vol orbs drop more in Trial of Chaos now, but they drop less frequently everywhere else in the game? Wouldn't you like to know that? Isn't that something you'd want to know about? I would want to know about it. Removed omens. Greater annulment. Dextral alchemy. Sinistral alchemy. Dextral coronation. Sinistral coronation. Would you like to know more? The more you know. Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow. Where do we put the talisman? Can we just do like a socketables? Talisman. Cost efficiency increased. Wait. Minus 6% to plus 10%. Oh, no. It's a different stat. Reduced skill cost replaced by increased cost efficiency. %, increased cost efficiency. Minus 6%. Yeah. Easy. Since Betrayal League, I just go in and be confused for like a week. I think with patch notes like these, I totally get that. I think if I wasn't a content creator, I would probably do the same thing. Because I've been at this, what, a couple days now? Just, it's just so much. To the point where like it just makes your head hurt and you're like, whatever, I'll just play and I'll just see if I notice if things are different or not. It's way easier than doing this. Like, this is nuts, man. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skill levels up to 20 in higher tier maps. It's an end game change. Items with inherent skills can now drop with skill levels up to 20. Yeah, so end game maps. This is also another like one-liner in this patch that gets buried by like the literal like legal document paragraph overload. But the fact that now in endgame maps you can get exceptional items is insane. Items have a chance to drop in high level maps with up to 30% quality at base. Like they'll drop on the floor with 30% quality on the item. They can also drop with an additional socket, and in very rare cases 2 additional sockets. And exceptional items can drop with the inherent skills having a higher skill level up to level 20 now. So high-level map items can drop at exceptional quality with insane boosts. I mean, having an extra socket or 2 on something, nuts. Having a default 30% quality on something when it drops, nuts. That's crazy. That's a lot. That's wild, bro. Am I just hurting my Glade build by going beyond 44k defense? 40 to 50k is a good, healthy amount. Just, again, it depends on what you're trying to build, you know? Sounds like it's a healthy amount. So I mean you're not sacrificing damage, you know? Wait, what? Every martial weapon in the game has less crit damage bonus? Excusez-moi? What'd you say to me? You can't just casually say that, bro. All martial weapons crit damage roll reduced 39% to 25%. So now every martial weapon in the game has less natural crit damage rolls than before. And less natural, implicit roll, yeah. Corruption implicit on martial weapons reduced percent to 10%. Crit percent corruption implicit on martial weapons. So all martial weapons lost crit chance and crit damage at base. That's rough. Because of the accuracy change? It's probably because of the accuracy change. It's because a lot of skills are now scaling off the base weapon instead of having their own weapon stats. So maybe they're just worried about the crit damage and crit chance applying to the skills now and making the skills even stronger than they were before. This feels very much like a we're kind of afraid change, and they may ease up on it later, but that's pretty big. The fact that all martial weapons have less crit damage and crit chance on them across the entire game. Warrior crits. Warrior crits is nice. We like that. We like warrior crits. I'm using a weapon build using 2-piece Annihilation and 2-piece Shellbreaker. I have Elemental Resistance cores on all of her components and still have 44,000 defense. I wouldn't really run Elemental Resistance in the First Ascendant. I don't know if there's any build out there that needs Elemental Resistance of any kind, period. But you do you. Whatever makes sense for you, you know? Crackling, arcing, and bolting quarterstaves have baseline damage. Cultist, adherent, fanatic bows. You mean not at all? Yeah, I don't know if there's any build in TFD that uses resistance at all. It's actually just a very inefficient stat in general. You're better off just getting more HP and more defense. Now have inherent damage. Ding, ding, ding. Right. Your face is an inefficient stat? What? Mods? Ban everyone, including me. Where's crafting changes? Socketables. Iron runes. Physical damage reduced. Armor evasion ES reduced. And just do it. Ban everybody, dude. Ban the world. Desert runes. Bonus damage. Bonus fire damage. Reduced. Glacial runes. Bonus cold damage reduced. Storm runes. Bonus lightning damage reduced. Max mana increased. I think those aren't actually dead. It's the, you know, if you say you're dead before you're dead, it protects you from death in games. It's a very special hidden technique. Stun threshold on armor increased 50 to 80. Sakawal. Sakawal's Rune of the Sky. Bonus elemental damage reduced. Bro, so much reduction, man. So much reduction. Soul Core of Jiquani. Max life reduced. Wait, no, increased. 3%. Soul Core of Zelatol. Max mana increased. Zamoto. Freeze, build up, increased. And they really want people freezing stuff now, huh? Max cold resistance applied to helmets only, no longer armor. Soul Core of Whakapanu Island. Max fire resist applied to gloves only. Damn. Why did you send me feed pics? Locke? Is Locke here? Locke sends feed pics. Max lightning resistance applied to boots only. Man. Trying to specialize these, huh? Quantity of gold dropped, increased. Doubled, actually. Topotante. What'd you just call me? I called you a babushka. How about that? Elemental ailment threshold increased. Hold applies to boots only. Mount increased. 25%. And they're making all of these soul cores apply to a specific slot instead of global. Interesting, huh? Now applies to helmets only. Charm charges gained increased to 20%. Maybe, Zell. Who's to say? Not me. Don't look at me, bro. No. Atmahua's soul core of retreat now applies to focus. Talisman's buffed. Talisman's buffed. Soul Core of Takaba nerfed. Crafting League endgame items. Strength armors can roll. Percentage of armor applies to elemental damage. Dexterity armors can roll. Percent of armor, percent of evasion grants deflection. Intelligence armors can roll. Faster start of ES recharge. Yeah, they really want the energy shield recharge to be a thing. They're tired of recovering it in other ways. I get it. I understand it. I get it. I get it. ES recharge can now roll on int helmets, gloves, boots. Damage gained as elemental damage, increased mana regeneration rate, increased crit chance for spells, and increased critical spell damage bonus on staves now have higher values than the corresponding modifiers on wands and foci. Ooh. Extra LE damage, mana regen, crit percent for spells, crit percent and crit damage. Spells now roll higher than wands and foci. Wait, does that mean that quarterstave spellcasting stats were rolling lower than actual staves? I guess I never noticed. Or maybe I did and I just forgot. But they should, I mean, the caster stats you get on a quarterstaff should roll twice as much as the same stats on a wand, right? Because it's one-handed. I guess it was just an oversight that they were rolling the same as wands. Not that it really mattered all that much, because invokers were still doing crazy damage, but I guess that's nice that quarterstaves have better caster stats on them, since they are two-handed. That makes sense. Wands and foci. Crit percent for spell modifiers reduced. That's a pretty big nerf. So, but in general, wands and foci will, and focuses or foci will have less crit chance base than before. That's a pretty big nerf, man. Scepters can no longer roll accuracy rating for nearby allies. Gone. Is Augusta tonight? I think it's tomorrow night, isn't it? Is it tonight? Yeah, tomorrow night. Tomorrow? 28th? Yeah, you gotta finish Act 1 to get all of them, right? Yeah. Kill Count Geonor at the end. Kill the Rotten Druid, which I guess the Rotten Druid's technically optional. So I think you can walk past the Rotten Druid. So that's good to know. And then clear Fell. Yeah. So kill the Rotten Druid and finish Act 1, and you should get all the rewards this weekend. Huge. 3 hours? Real? Whoop-de-doo, Basil. What does it all mean? Free cosmetics is nice, and these are actually pretty cool. Okay. See, and then they... Bro, this is now a socketable change. There's literally a crafting change that's not... Oh my god, bro. This stuff is all over the place. Why are they doing this to me, man? Stag Talisman. When socketed into scepters, now grants allies +1 to 40 attack lightning damage. No longer grants accuracy. Well, yeah, because they made it so all melee minions can't miss now, right? So they don't really need that anymore. Weapon swap speed jewel and corruption modifiers can... Oh, that's a good change. Weapon swap speed can no longer roll on jewels. Because there is none. Weapon swap speed is gone. It's 0 seconds now. Seto. Okay. Oh my god, we're so close, chat. We're so close. I can smell it. I can smell it. Lowered the growth on monster evasion with level. That goes up to the top. Monster evasion rating scales less with level. Approximately 30% less evasion than before. At monster level 80. 30% less evasion is going to be kind of nice. I mean, you have monsters being easier to hit with a lower evasion rating combined with the fact that melee in general has almost guaranteed accuracy and melee minions have guaranteed accuracy as well. It means melee classes are going to just be hitting all the time now. Do they even need any accuracy at all on melee? When to log in and the update is ready to download. Ooh. Okay. Failing to collect all the hourglasses during the Zarok no longer fails your trial. What? Okay, that's crazy. Trial of Secamus. So Trial 4's Zarok no longer fails if you miss hourglasses. That's actually cool. That is definitely one of the harder fights, non-pinnacle fights. I guess, I don't know if it counts as pinnacle or not. Missing hourglasses. Now damage honor. Missing hourglasses. Now force second phase. Life of most Act 3 bosses reduced by approximately 15%. Wow. Were the Act 3 bosses too hard to kill? I never got that impression. Maybe people were just not updating their builds from Act 2 to Act 3 and then felt like they were just getting slogged on. I do remember reading feedback that people thought that Act 3 was too hard. Rogue exiles now get additional life scaling after level 65. Treant foul spawn can be specters again. Claire! Claire now! Grok will be featured on new Tesla vehicles. I mean, why not? Non-unique items and rogues are now affected by increased rarity of items found. Rogue Exile loot now affected by rarity of items found. It's a nice change. I didn't even realize that wasn't working before. Kind of shocking it wasn't doing that already. The map version of Rattlecage, the Earthbreaker boss, is renamed to Volcar. Periodic invulnerability aura monster modifier now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. Periodic invulnerability aura now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. What? So if you had the periodic invulnerability aura, what else was hitting them besides enemies? Maybe they were fixing a bug. Reduced the number of river hags in the drowned city. Good. River hags are awful. Incrementally improved monster behavior. Ding, 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 ding. Hunt now begins. The hunt begins now, must be completed in a single instance. Only once per league. Zarka now offers the Earning Passage quest reward if you didn't take it from her in the Vestiary outskirts. I didn't even know that could happen. I always completed it. Okay. Added a new aiming mode. Cursor targeting versus ground targeting. Causes skills that travel directly forward to pass through your cursor's position. Damn, that's nice. That's nice. New aiming mode. Input option. Cursor targeting allows projectiles to travel through your cursor's location. Ground targeting skills pass over the ground location. The ground location at cursor. Interesting. Okay. Added keep sprinting. That's a nice change. Allows you to sprint without holding dodge roll. That's nice. Assign your equipped weapon to both of your weapon sets instead of needing to use different items in each weapon set. Right-click the weapon set icon on keyboard and mouse, or hold Y triangle. Assign both. Allows you to assign equipped weapon to both weapon sets. That's nice. Now we have to set it up twice. Party member revive UI now displays whether you're too far away to revive a dead party. Ritual favor UI now displays the number of rerolls available. Modifier ranges on items now show a positive if the modifier range spans both negative and positive. Wasteman icons are no longer removed from your main after you run out of range. You are now able to respawn at checkpoint from the escape menu. Oh, what? That goes up here to trials. All trials. Can respawn at checkpoint from escape menu. Takes you back to the start. Interesting. Graphics renderer reworked or upgraded? Reworked? Cache files logic reworked. Cool. Import keyword and item filters. Multiple custom sounds and item filters. Bindable action allows you to zoom in when using a controller. Updated the Stash UI for controller. Stash UI updated. Can click off buffs while paused. Is this almost dead? The heck was that noise, bro? Can zoom in while using controller. Lots of good stuff there. Transaction changes and then bug fixes. Oh my lord. 21, 25, 27. Yeah, these are the ones we already added. Damn, dude. There's a bug where your character just doesn't get to turn as often? I don't know. I've only played an hour of Claire. I haven't even played Zellman's favorite game. Chat, we finished the patch notes. Crazy. Okay, we can organize this now, I guess. Cool. Gem changes. Should we? You know what I could do is I can move a lot of these to, because these would technically be warrior, right? These are ranger. Frost darts must be sorceress. Right? But there's no room. I guess they could add a row or add one to one of the rows. Frost. I wonder if Frost darts is going to be. It's pure intelligence, so it's either a witch or a sorceress. But if it's Frost darts, I'm guessing that's sorceress. Right. This must be mercenary. This would be ranger. I think this would be sorceress and this would be witch. Bewitcher. I might do that. Maybe we could just move up the general changes to general. Right? Move the new gems down into the classes and then it saves me a video. Let's do that. Down, 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 down. Okay, support gems. Lineage gems. Okay. So that's there. Yep, and then we can do this as this up here. And just kill this entirely. It ended up not being long enough, I guess. Gahar. Cool. Passive skill changes. Got all of those there. Crafting changes. Holy moly. League Abyssal. Endgame changes. Item changes. Warrior. Oh my lord. Monk. Sorceress. Oh my god, dude. I might be playing Sorceress after this. I was so set on Chalupa, but maybe we start Sorceress. Mercenary changes. Oh my lord. Witch changes. Ranger changes. Huntress changes. So it ended up being 1,200 lines, bro. That's the expedited version. If you can believe it. Okay, so for global we have long video, yep. General changes, sprinting, defense, combat, monsters, trials, weapon swap timing. Is up here in general? Weapon swapping is now instant. Sport gems, lineage gems, new persistent buffs, skill changes, skills. Warrior Warcry, let's go. Chubbin's been waiting for a new PoE season, bro. He been waiting. He been waiting. Took a break after first launch, got my 300 hours in. Well, now it's about to be 3,000 hours. Mother trucker! Get back in Sigma Sector, or else! How dare you stop farming? How dare you! You animal! Okay, then. Ole mole. Guacamole. Which is better with minions, Witch or Sorceress? Witch. Most people go Infernalist Witch, but I haven't tried Lich, to be honest. Lich might be pretty based. Any Lich enjoyers in the chat that like minions? Energy shields. Curses. Curses explode. Curse duration. Additional curses. Max mana. Grants allies unholy might. Increased magnitude of unholy might. Nothing really like minion specific. There's some cool things you can do with Infernalist for minions. You can even do like physical minions with Blood Mage and stuff. But... Dun 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 dun. All right, should we try to let's try and squeeze a video out, shall we? Just real quick, you know, got a turtle head poking out. You just gotta squeeze it, pop it off. You know what I'm saying? 1 second. Ha 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 hee ha. Oh. Is there a... I'm just checking to see if there's like any last minute additions to the patch notes, or if they released a skill tree, or like any kind of like sneaky beakies. Just trying to check for sneaky beakies, you know what I'm saying? I think they... Yeah, okay. No new sneaky beakies. Nothing crazy. All right. 2-player build Rex for .3. Lightning rod plus ball lightning. Gas arrow plus artillery ballista. There's a lot more now. A lot more than there were, Spartan. Mainly because you can now drop elemental infusions, which I think party members can pick up once they're spawned. So you could actually do like a double Sork. Like one goes Lightning Archon and one goes like Fire Archon, and then you're just spawning infusions for each other, building off of that. I think somehow, some way, Nexon will extend the summer attendance for a little bit. At this point, probably not, I would reckon. The bike race is impossible. I don't know how you kept boost the whole way. I explained it in my video, but yeah, it takes a little bit of practice. They are very tight. All right, we're safe. We're safe. No new random additions have been added. Ding, 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 dong. Ding, 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 dong. And they made it so all exposures are now global. So there's no cold exposure, fire exposure, lightning exposure. It's just elemental exposure. All elements simultaneously. So if you run like a maybe like an invoker and a sorceress or two sorceresses, you could apply one instance of exposure and then drop infusions for each other. And there are a lot of skills. Like for example, if we go to all of these sorceress skills can now be infused. Incinerate can consume fire infusions. Ice Novas can consume cold. Firestorm can consume all three types of infusions, all three elements. Fireball can consume fire infusions. Fusillade can be infused with lightning. Comet can be infused with fire. Ball lightning can now be infused with fire. Arc can be infused with another lightning infusion, which makes it chain lightning more. Spark can be infused with cold. So, yeah. Elemental stonks are up this time around. I tell you what. Have you seen anything in there that nerfs Mercenary? Yes. After going through the pages and pages of patch notes, I have seen things in there that nerf Mercenary. Yep, I have. Lots of things, actually. A lot of buffs, a lot of nerfs. Quite a lot. Do. Uh-huh. Hey, it's Dry Bear. I just spent the last couple days kind of deep diving into the patch notes, and it has been an evolving process because not only are the patch notes for 0.3 Path of Exile 2 insanely long, to the point where there are a lot of nuggets built into one-liners in the patch notes that will absolutely shock you that you didn't even realize were in there. But additionally, they've been adding new stuff to the patch notes almost every day with new lines coming in as well. But now that we're 2 days out, we're at the end of, 2 days, maybe like a day and a half out from the release of the patch, I think it's good to kind of compile the patch notes into a little bit more digestible format. So what I'm going to do is a bit of a series going over the changes in .3 based on category, just because it's a little bit easier, at least in my mind, to understand. So today we're going to look at the general changes, like the game-wide changes that don't fall in a specific category. We're not going to talk about the league mechanics. We're not going to talk about individual classes. We're going to talk about like the system game level changes that are impacting the entire game overall, and then we'll split out the other changes by class and by category into separate videos, and hopefully by the end of the series it helps you really understand what really has changed with .3, because I guarantee you it's way more than you realize just by looking at small line items on the patch notes by themselves. Starting with some general global changes. The first one is now a nice gain for a lot of people. Uncut gems can now be traded on the currency exchange. Which, remember, there's going to be a new NPC that handles both the new merchant tab as well as currency exchange. So that is being lost from Alva here, but you'll be able to go to the currency exchange, and normally you can really only do currency items, but with the new patch, they're making it so you can also get uncut gems from this. Keep in mind that the drop rate of uncut gems is being reduced across the board, so you're not going to be getting quite as many of them, and this is a good thing because we're kind of overloaded with the lower tier gems, so they're going to make it so it's a little bit easier to get. I mean, there's a reason why in PoE2 I have 2 gem tabs, is because you get so many gems, it's ridiculous. It's actually insane how many gems you get, so it's going to be a lot easier for that, but having it so that you can get uncut gems, not necessarily from trading, but just going to the currency exchange, is going to be a nice global change. Another global change is pretty much across the board, across all equipable items and skills, the attribute requirements have been nerfed. It's about 20 to 25% for, most items. This is going to include equipment, weapons, rings, amulets, helmets, gloves, belts, everything that you can equip to your body. The stat requirements on them will be coming down between 20 to 25% with the patch, and this also includes skill gems as well. Pretty much everything that has a stat requirement will be 20 to 25% less in the patch, which means it's going to be much easier for you to be able to get the requirements to equip them. This is also helpful for classes that are dual stat, right? So if you go to the skill trees here, you have your dex, you have your main stats, right? If you understand the layout of the skill tree, this is, north is intelligence, southeast is dexterity, and southwest is strength, and then in between is the hybrid stats. So strength and intelligence, intelligence and dexterity and strength. So by reducing the stat requirements on the gear as well as on the skills, it means that everyone's going to benefit, because intelligence is going to be easier for you to get dexterity options and strength options. If you're playing dexterity strength, it can be easier for you to straddle those 2 stats to get the requirements you need. And it's going to be easier across the board. Now, I'll be doing a video that's separate for like crafting changes and item changes, but I want to mention this briefly in this video here. There are going to be new orb tiers, omen tiers, or omen adjustments, as well as essence tiers and things like that will allow you to give more control over the crafting that you have. Again, just so you're aware, there's going to be, as I see on screen, there's a normal, greater, and perfect version of transmutation, augmentation, chaos, regal, and exalted that will all have different effects. If you're wondering what happens when the tiers go up, they generally just guarantee a higher quality outcome. So the level of the modifiers that come out of things like this can be higher with a higher quality orb, and it will also help with trading and general pricing as well, because currently, we're anywhere from 900 to 3,000 exalted orbs for 1 divine, but if we have normal, greater, and perfect exalted, that exchange rate gets a little bit easier because the coins we can use, or the orbs we can use, can get a little bit more refined as well. Okay, we just go to the top here, huh? Once the new patch goes live as well, we're going to be able to gain access to a new aiming mode. So right now, if you go to options and you go to your actual input, right? So you can see this here. There's no aiming mode. There's a current aiming mode built into the game as it stands right now, which is ground targeting. However, they're adding a brand new mode, which I think will be very helpful for pretty much anyone if they decide to use it. They have a new aiming mode, cursor targeting. So with ground targeting, which is the way the game works right now, basically wherever your cursor is, console or PC, whether it's WASD or mouse and keyboard, like just true mouse aiming, wherever your targeter is, that's where it's going to put down ground targets, and it tries to send, skills and projectiles towards that location as well. However, they're going to be adding in .3 a brand new aiming mode called the cursor targeting. What cursor targeting does, instead of trying to aim at the ground location of your cursor, it will then instead, for projectile-based attacks, it will ignore targets that are where your cursor is. It'll try to go past your cursor with the projectile, so it'll like phase through them. Which means that if you're aiming right in front of you, you might be able to shoot projectiles past near targets if you're trying to aim more precisely. It is a different logic setup than the ground targeting mode that's currently in the game right now. But with .3, the default ground targeting becomes one of the options, but you could also switch to cursor targeting if you want to use that instead. They're also going to allow you to assign both a single weapon setup to both weapon slots, right? So if we put a weapon in here, there's going to be an option that allows you to assign the current setup to both of your weapon sets. So it kind of has this here. So you can actually have this set up, and which means that if you're trying to duplicate the same weapon set or you just don't care that much, it can be useful to do that. Currently, there isn't any real way to do that right now, but in the future with .2 or .3, we'll be able to set that by targeting it and just holding down the button on console or just clicking that option if you just want to spread it forward, so it's a little bit of a quality of life. Another thing that may have escaped your notice is the fact that with .3, they did some very heavy engine level reworks. Now, generally with engine level reworks, the goal is to improve the experience. Generally, if it's done well, it will improve the experience. But again, when you swap out systems or rewrite, engine level functionality, there's always going to be things that slip through the cracks or things that aren't properly stress tested because you can't really stress test it on a small group internally. So with this patch, they reworked all of the logic for cached files. And they also they said they reworked and rewrote the entire graphics renderer. Their claim with this is that these changes will result in faster load times across the board, whether that's with load screens, loading into new areas, monsters loading in and out. It also should reduce the memory overhead and memory cost. So, performance across the board should be improved in general, with load times and FPS improving as well. They kind of put this as an undernote in the patch notes, but I think it is worth highlighting that you will be getting, hopefully, if things work as intended, you will be getting a not only a performance increase, but just like a load on your system improvement on console and PC as well. So if you're someone that was having issues with, performance in general in Path of Exile 2 before, hopefully that is improved. Again, a big disclaimer here, usually when you rewrite engine level code, you probably will be introducing new crash issues as well. So especially when you mess with the graphics renderer, there's probably going to be new issues with that where, new crashes and stuff like that. So kind of just hold your breath and see if everything went well and they did everything right and their engineers did awesome. I think in general, GGG has very good engineering staff. So I have high confidence that this will be better, but just keep in mind that some very major overhauls went into the core system for the game itself. And you should be noticing that in .3. Blackjaw fight is nice. It's pretty cool. Sad that the Act 3 gamers got nerfed. What's up, Anima? Been a while. Next, let's talk about console. So a bunch of stuff is going in for console. And again, the goal of this video is to be general, high level, entire game encompassing, but I want to talk about the console changes here. So not only are we getting a marketplace on console, so there'll be a new marketplace where you can dive into the game and buy items from trade directly in the game client without opening a browser, bringing up your phone, a tablet, or a laptop. You can do it directly in the game, and that I think will be a much, at least an option, but in my opinion, an improvement for console players. But that's not all. They did some pretty nice changes that, again, got buried in the patch notes that you may not have been aware of that are now going to be part of the console experience. First of all, the Stash UI for console specifically has been updated. I personally play on PC, so I can't tell you if if the stash on console is bad or not. If you play on console, let me know what you think about this. But they said that the stash UI, it probably has to do with tabs over here. I can imagine this being kind of annoying on console to try and click through these. I'm not sure how it's set up, so let me know how you feel about this. But they say that the stash UI for console has been completely overhauled. They also added in 2 new functionalities for console, which I think will be a nice boon for people that play with controller. The first one is when you pause the game. So if you didn't know, in Path of Exile 2, they have a hot pause function. If you bring up your escape menu and you're not in a party, or if everyone in a party brings up the escape menu, the game will actually pause. So right now the game is paused. You can see nothing's animating, nothing's moving. The game is completely paused right now. They're adding in .3 a new functionality that allows you to, while paused on console, you will have your reticle that you can move around with analog. You can actually go down to your buffs and click off buffs. And I can see this being a big problem for people that play on console. If you want to, end a buff or aura early by clicking it off, I just do that with my mouse, but I can see on console that being really difficult and kind of cumbersome to do. So they're adding an option now where if you're on console and you hit the escape menu, you can now use your controller to go over to your buffs and click them off if you want them to end without having to try and, move while you're doing it or mess with combat. So that's a cool addition for console. And the third addition for console, which is a great one too, they're going to add a brand new key binding exclusive to your controller that will allow you to, when you press and hold this keybind, zoom in. So you can actually, especially, you're on a TV screen 10 feet away from your couch and you're trying to see what's going on. There's now a keybind for console in .3 coming in 2 days now that will allow you to zoom in on console, which hopefully allows you to see better and maybe even allows you to zoom in on, pop-ups and tooltips and stuff like that as well, assuming it's a global keybind. Been sticking in a hospital again. I'm sorry, man. That is rough. That is big rough. Next is a big one you've probably heard about, but it is a game-wide change, and that is the addition of the ability to sprint. So the way this works is after .3 goes live, when you hold the dodge roll button, your character will bust out into a sprint. You will move pretty much faster than any other monster in the game, incredibly fast. However, it has a massive downside because it's meant to be an out-of-combat action. If you take damage while sprinting, you will get staggered and fall to the ground and probably die considering how many enemies are around you, that sort of thing. So you will be able to hold the dodge roll button and sprint, and then if you take any action, use an ability, dodge roll out of the sprint, it will cancel the sprint and you won't be knocked over, but it means that you can use it to backtrack on large maps, you can use it to get around if you need to, and if you're smart, you can use it to get around enemies, being careful not to take damage in that process. I still have questions on how this functionality works, like say for example, I have a damage over time effect on my character. Does that mean that when the dot ticks, I'm gonna fall over in the sprint, or is there a damage threshold for low levels of damage? Also, how does this work with like ground deployables? So say a river hag spawns a little puddle at my feet, or there's a fire puddle on the ground, or some kind of poison area. If I sprint over the passive ground effects, does that count as damage and I fall over? It says when you get hit, you fall over, but I think there's going to be some edge cases that are worth testing. And also, they just added this note today to the patch notes. They are adding an option to the options menu that allows you to toggle a keep sprinting. What this means is by default, the functionality will be press and hold the dodge roll button, and you will break into a sprint and sprint for as long as you're holding it. However, they're going to add a option menu option in .3 with the launch of the new season that if you were to hit and hold the dodge roll button to start sprinting, if you let go of the dodge roll button, you will continue sprinting until you do an action that breaks you out of it. So for the people that prefer to just hit it and toggle it and then sprint around without holding it, that's going to be an option. So it's nice that they kind of added that preemptively before people started asking for it. That is so rough, Anima. I'm so sorry. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Next, let's talk about global defense changes. There's actually a bunch of them in here that probably people haven't heard of. I think the overflow value change is, again, it's a line item that got buried deep in the patch notes that I haven't seen anyone talking about, but it's a pretty significant change. So that's something that's worth talking about. So pretty much how a lot of the global calculations for many of the defensive stats in the game have been reworked, tweaked, or changed in some way. The first one is to talk about armor in general. They are going to be adding not only base on strength armors in general, so anytime you get a strength armor, it can roll a modifier that converts a percentage of its armor into damage reduction for elemental attacks. If you haven't been playing since the launch of Path of Exile 2, the very first .1 release, there has been a big problem with armor characters having trouble dealing damage with, attacks that can't be absorbed in some way. And so a lot of times they would run unique items, they would convert physical damage or elemental damage into physical, or would convert all source damage types into a different element so they can focus on doing, one specific resistance or something. It kind of got really squirrely. And so they're adding in for armor a whole bunch of ways to convert that armor into elemental damage reduction, either through modifiers on the armor items themselves, nodes in the new passive tree. There's over 150 new passive nodes in the passive tree, so ways to deal with that as well. They're also adding in a brand new mechanic called Deflect, and this is going to be a way for evasion characters to get damage reduction. Sounds good, Anima. Rest well. So Deflect is a brand new stat that is added to the game. That what they did this time around, different from the Path of Exile 1 implementation, is Deflect is essentially a new damage reduction modifier that is scaled based on how much evasion you have. I have done characters that are pure evasion in Path of Exile 2. It's one of the most stressful things you can do in this game. Like, you can get upwards of 70 to 90% evasion, which is great because you run around and you don't take any damage, However, in that 10% scenario where one attack gets through your evasion, especially if that one attack is a very large attack, when you're running pure evasion in Path of Exile 2, it was always awkward and uncomfortable because you'd be running around just fine, and then all of a sudden a large attack gets through your evasion, you get one shot and you're dead on the ground, and it just feels really awkward. And so there's been a lot of discussion on how we can get evasion characters and defenses to feel better, and this is the solution they're implemented. So there's now a new stat called Deflect that will roll on some of the dexterity-based items. It will also be available in the talent tree. And what this does is, based on your evasion, you have a chance to get damage reduction on attacks that will just reduce the damage you take when it makes it past evasion. So evasion and deflect now go hand in hand. When you scale your evasion, your deflect gets better, and they did that to make sure that everyone doesn't run deflect. They wanted it to be a solution specifically for evasion, but it also means that for the hybrid characters, dexterity int or dexterity strength characters, they can still run evasion with deflect, and it gives us more options for scaling with that as well, which is going to be pretty cool. Next, massive changes to the block mechanic. The global block value has been reduced of a maximum to 75% block down to a maximum of 50% block. We'll talk about this more when we get to the warrior changes specifically, but what you need to know is that the block values on pretty much every shield in the entire game have been massively reduced. The block value on some of the nodes in the tree have been changed. The maximum global block value has been reduced from 75% to 50%. Most people that run pure block builds were getting anywhere from 55 to like 70% block. I don't know if anyone getting to the maximum of 75%. Usually in the mid 60s was good enough. But now, if you were running 66% block before, now that's going to be 50% block without other modifiers. So in general, block just got worse. However, they made a global change where everything except for red unblockable attacks can be blocked now. Projectiles, range attacks, spell hits, things like that. So you can actually block pretty much everything in the game unless it's specifically marked as unblockable. I think in general, this is going to be it's a lot of buffs and nerfs all at once. I think some people are theorizing that this is going to be weaker for block-based characters. There are new modifiers and ways to increase your maximum block, and there are ways to deal with that as well. However, the hope is that with the armor gaining elemental damage reduction and the fact that all blocks, all hits can be blocked unless they're red unblockables, hopefully that means that overall it's a better experience. However, it does mean that, again, for those very heavy damage, single instances of damage, it could just be that defense for block-based characters just got worse, though it got more consistent across the board. We'll have to see where that lands. Next, another global change is they nerfed the maximum value of any overflow in the game. So this means overflowing energy shield, overflowing mana, or overflowing life. There are mechanics in Path of Exile 2 where, if you have maximum life and you gain life, either through leech or various methods, there are ways for you to overflow. So say you have 1,000 maximum life, you could potentially get to 1,500 or 2,000 maximum life by overflowing. They nerfed the overflow maximums across the board, across the entire game, meaning that life, energy shield, and mana can now only overflow to 150% of normal value instead of 200%. So I guess what they're trying to, their goal, I think, with this patch is try to get people to rely on recharge and recovery more than trying to just get as beefy as possible in a single hit. So with the overflow values coming down, it's a smaller note that probably doesn't get covered much, but it's one worth noting when we're talking about overall game-wide defense. Guard mechanic in this game got a pretty nice quality of life update. It's not a massive change, but it's one worth noting. Weaker versions of guard will no longer overwrite the existing version. This is a huge problem for like snapshotting, especially for damage over time debuffs on targets and things like that, but it's something that was happening with the guard mechanic as well. So now, if you have a higher or better version of guard on your character and it tries to apply a weaker version of guard, it will fail. It'll actually just extend the duration of it instead. So when you reapply guard, if it fails to overwrite, it'll just extend the duration, but keep the higher value, which just makes guard better across the board. Next is an awkward change, in my opinion, for parry. I feel like there's going to be people on one side or the other, but let me explain. parry is a mechanic that allows you to, with like Hunter's bucklers and things like that, you can bring your shield up, and if you bring it up within a time, just like any action game, if you bring it up fast enough within the right time window, you will end up parrying the attack. It'll apply a parried debuff to the target, and then you can use that to actually consume the debuff or do various things. However, they're doing a logic level change to all parries in the game, which you will notice right away if you were playing parry in previous versions of the game, since Huntress was added. What they're doing is they're making it so parry and raise shield, so not just parry, but also raise shield for shields, it will now check direction based on the owner of that attack, not the attack itself. So what that means is normally if you're facing an enemy and they attack at you, if you raise shield, you'll be able to parry or block. Previously, in the current version of the game, if there's like, say, a ground deployable that's behind you, so if we jump in game, we can show this real quick. So say that you're out in the area here. Say the enemy is standing in front of you where my cursor is, and they throw a ground effect or an explosion behind you. In the current version of the game, when you're blocking or parrying, you would need to block and parry in the direction of the deployable to get the block, which makes sense to me, right? That's where the damage is coming from. That's where you're getting hit from. So if the enemy is here and you see the explosion going off behind you, you would need to turn your character around and parry and block that, then turn it back to the enemy. They are doing a global logic change with .3 that makes it so it is now always in the direction of the owner of that attack. So in this example, where there's an enemy on my left that's spawning a ground explosion behind me, I would just need to keep blocking or parrying in the direction of the enemy. So I think that's a logic level change. It probably makes more sense to people from like a high level perspective, like, oh yeah, obviously. Personally, I always, in action games, turns toward the direction of what's hitting me, but it's, it probably makes more sense to do it that way. Let me know if this makes sense to you and what you think about that. I think either way, there's going to be people that prefer one or the other, but this is the choice they're making. And lastly, they're making some global changes to accuracy. Melee characters will have near perfect accuracy. Melee minions that are spawned have basically near perfect accuracy and or perfect accuracy and can't miss at all. And they're also changing the accuracy scaling. So characters gain +6 accuracy per level up from 3. So every time you level up, you will get double the amount of accuracy that you were getting passively before. And they also made it so dexterity grants +1 additional accuracy for every point of dexterity that you have. So it used to give every point of dexterity grants +5 accuracy. Now dexterity grants +6 for every point of dexterity. So if you're a dexterity character or a hybrid character that uses dexterity, your accuracy has increased, and all melee accuracy has increased a great amount. Do. Next, let's talk about the global combat level changes. There's a lot of them in this patch, a serious overhaul to the pure combat system. The first one is going to be vulnerability. This is a way for you to apply a weakness or a down res on the target. And historically, there has been one for each of the 3 elements: cold exposure, fire exposure, and lightning exposure. Now, what they noticed, which is true about the way elements work in Path of Exile 2, is that people were always forced to doing one element. It's because there was so much opportunity cost built into doing a single element that it became very difficult to include other elements. So what they're doing with this patch is they're trying to homogenize the elemental system so that you're more encouraged to mix elements to greater effect with much less opportunity cost. So they're taking the vulnerability, any form of that vulnerability, whether it's a curse, a debuff, an effect of an item, wherever that exists across the entire game, all elemental exposures have been merged into a single exposure. So cold exposure, fire exposure, lightning exposure have all been merged into a global elemental exposure. one source, one stat, that is it. This extends even further to like the cast on effect. So cast on freeze, cast on ignite, cast on freeze, cast on ignite, cast on shock. All of those have been merged into a single cast on ailment. So again, not only are you getting more opportunity to apply vulnerability with a single source, but now the cast on triggers have been homogenized to just be cast on ailment. As long as you do any elemental ailment, the cast on ailment new gem will trigger just on any ailment. So again, a global modifier for elements in general. Yeah, there's one. Byron, if you want to give me your character name, we got one. Additionally, they reworked or buffed, essentially, they buffed all of the status ailments in the game: Ignite, Shock, and Chill. The short version of this is Chill's duration has been increased to 8 seconds. Shock's duration has been increased to 8 seconds. And we'll get into this with the other videos for class level changes. But there are some that are kind of like messing with the magnitude of Chill, the buildup of freeze, the magnitude of shock, all of those. Even like electrocution got some nice buffs as well. And they're reworking how Ignite works from the ground up as well. So previously you had a chance to ignite and it would either fail or succeed. Now they're adding in a stat, or kind of reclaiming the name of a stat called flammabilities, which is basically a pity system. Instead of a chance to ignite or not, now it's a pity system, which is your fire attacks that do fire damage will apply a certain amount of flammability to the target. As flammability gets higher and higher, the likelihood that that target gets ignited goes up and up to the point where it eventually will get guaranteed. So it's a pity system. So if you shoot at a fire attack that adds flammability and the target does not become ignited, their likelihood of becoming ignited starts going up and up and up with every source of fire damage until they're guaranteed to get flammable, and also allows them to scale the amount of flammability that gets applied per fire attack. If an attack they feel needs to ignite more, they'll increase its base flammability. If it needs to ignite less, they'll nerf it down, but it gives them more things that they can play around with on that front to make fire attacks better in general. The other thing for elemental combat changes in general is the addition of a new effect called infusions. We had a little bit of this with Huntress in .2, but they're now making it a global thing. There will be, across the game, in various sources and various locations, the ability to spawn a elemental infusion. It's like a little orb that spawns on the ground. You can walk over it and pick it up. It'll give you a stack of that element infusion. There are fire infusions, cold infusions, and lightning infusions. Now, once you have an infusion on your character by spawning it through various means, you will then be able to consume that infusion to add that element to viable attacks or spells. There are a lot of sorceress spells now that, you know, for example, like Spark can now have a new element added to it. You can make Arc consume a lightning infusion to do bonus effects on that as well. We'll go over that on the sorceress specific video, but now you can have the ability to drop infusions and then use that to add elements to existing skills and attacks, which is pretty cool. And last note on combat, all the spellcaster weapon skills, so like, you know, all the spellcaster skills typically come from right now, like the wands and staves that are for witches and sorceresses. They have an inherent skill that when you have it equipped, that skill gets added to your skill list. All of those inherent skills on spellcaster weapons, the damage of those abilities has been increased by about 12% across the board. So all inherent skills on all spellcaster weapons, including the new ones that are coming in. They're adding like 8 new spellcaster weapons with new spellcaster skills into this patch. They've all been increased in damage. Next, let's talk about the monster level changes. Again, another section of the patch notes that I think hasn't really been talked about too much, and it does affect your overall experience. So we've talked a lot about the changes to characters, items, skills, and things like that, but there's also a bunch of changes to the monsters you're attacking that you will notice when you're playing. The first one is monster evasion rating scales less with level across the entire game. So not only are we getting better accuracy, melee characters and melee minions are getting very high accuracy the closer you are to the target, but also it's going to be about 30% less evasion for monsters at level 80, and it scales across the game. So at the start of the game, monsters will have less evasion rating, and that evasion rating will scale slower over time until it reaches level 80, where they have now 30% less evasion rating than before. So our chance to hit is going up. The chance for monsters to evade is going down globally. Because you deserve it, Zell. Additionally, the life of most Act 3 bosses is going down by about 15%. So like Blackjaw, most of the Act 3 bosses in general. I know some people felt like it was a big jump in difficulty from Act 2 to Act 3, and it really just depends on how much you know how to make your character stronger impromptu. Like just when you switch over to Act 3, you go to the vendors, you craft some things, or maybe if you're Trade League, you trade, but you try to increase your power. They basically reduce the HP values of a lot of the bosses, if not most of the bosses in Act 3 to compensate. Rogue Exiles now get additional life scaling after level 65, and additionally, the Rogue Exile loot is now affected by rarity of items found. I didn't even realize it wasn't doing this before, but now in general, Rogue Exiles will have more life as they go higher in level, but they also will have better loot, and the loot they drop is now affected by the modifier rarity of items found. And they say globally they improved the monster AI, so the monster behavior across the board. They did a once over on it and tried to make it better. So you'll probably will notice that pathing, decision making, how they attack, where they move, things like that in general hopefully is better than it was before. Next, let's talk about trials. I think this is a big thing for a lot of people. A lot of people have, big concerns about how the two trials work in the game right now. There's also a third trial that's being worked on and will be added to the game as well. But the two main takeaways for the trial changes in general is if you've ever done the fourth trial of the Trial of Sekhmet, fighting off against Zarok, they made some changes to the hourglass mechanic to make it easier. There were definitely some builds that struggled really hard on Sekhmet 4 that made it really difficult to complete. So they made it so that now if you miss an hourglass in the transition for Zarok, it no longer instantly fails, but instead just hurts your honor, which I think is a nice change. The instant failure kind of felt kind of weird. They also made it so that if you miss hourglasses, it will now just force a second phase instead of failing instantly. So you'll take honor damage, and if you do it again, it'll force a second phase. But I think that makes it so it's a lot easier for the slower moving characters that can't get around and hit those hourglasses as easily to be a lot more reliable. Next is probably one of the biggest global changes to the game that you will notice right away. So if we jump into game here real quick, the support gems have been updated as well. So now, at least before the patch, right, the support gems that we have will end up doing, you can only have one version of every support gem on each skill, right? So if you were to put blind on a skill, you cannot use blind on any other skill, so you won't be able to use that again. And this led to a lot of awkward builds in general. There are some very widely useful support gems that a lot of builds use, things that are just globally useful. So things like martial tempo, where you can use this to increase your attack speed. Things like scattershot that allow you to fire additional projectiles. The problem with a lot of these is because you can only use one version of that gem across all of your skills. If you needed to apply things like poison, or you need to apply bleeding, or you need to increase chance to ignite, once you use it on one skill, it's locked, and that restriction is going away, which means that now, if you wanted to, you could use ignition on every single one of your skills. They did hint at potentially having more restrictions, like putting some of these in categories, which kind of makes sense. Having skills that add projectiles, maybe you don't want too many of these stacking together across multiple, so having restrictions on those. But in general, removing the restriction is a nice change and will open up a lot of builds. Like the impact of this change will not be felt probably for a couple weeks before people start figuring out how we can utilize this best. Next is the tiers of support gems. So if you notice here on the left side, we have alignment, and then we also have alignment 1, alignment 2, right? We have brutality 1, brutality 2, brutality 3. So there will be some support gems that don't have tiers on them, but a lot of them will have new tiers on them. And the way this works is it will start at a low value. Tier 2 will be an increase to the value of the effect you get from that support gem. And the highest tier of support gems may also provide a brand new functionality that the other tiers did not provide. So not only can you use duplicates of support gems across skills, but now you can also use varying degrees of the support gems depending on what you're trying to accomplish, which is going to be pretty cool and interesting depending on what we get from these new support gems. They're additionally adding 11 new support gems across the board. So there's new support gems being added. There's a couple of them that got removed as well. Blood in the Eyes, Discombobulate, Unsteady Tempo, Unbaiting, Unbending, Untouching, and Unyielding have all been removed to be added at a later date. What about touching? Huh? That's what you got out of all that? You kind of freaky, huh? Building a form on the other half? On the other half, huh? Next up is a brand new kind of support gem that functions in the same way that normal support gems function as. However, it will adopt the old functionality that got removed. And that is you can only have one of each kind of lineage gem. I think you actually only have one lineage gem applied across your entire build. However, think of these as support gems that are unique level, right? So they're going to do something super special. You can see the one, depicted here, Wrath's Assault. You can do things like your crossbow can't reload, but you load when you dodge instead, and you load additional bolts when you load. So like crazy stuff, wild out there, things that can change skills and how they function by slotting in a support gem. These are going to be dropped in endgame activities and are going to be varying locations or rarities depending on where they come from, but these are unique level support gems. So support gems removing their restriction across the board of being able to use duplicates across different skills, getting tiers and more bonuses, and we're getting 40 new lineage support gems that will all do 40 different things that you can slot into your build as well. So those two changes, the support gem changes plus the lineage support gems, now gives us crazy new possibilities for the builds that we can make. Iron Ward. Now, I'm going to go over all the new skill gems based on the stat that they come from and what class they technically belong to in separate videos, but I did want to talk about the 4 new persistent buffs that we're getting into the game, which hopefully will fill some gaps that we have right now. The first one is a strength, so a red-based persistent buff called Iron Ward. It stores a percentage of the physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other sources of DR. Using this skill releases the stored damage as a nova of spikes. So kind of like the poison aura that we have now, but now can be used for physical damage based on armor characters that have strength. So it's a nice way to add a little bit of damage through a persistent buff. There's also a strength dex persistent buff called Mortar Cannon, and this one is actually a meta skill. It raises a cannon totem, which you can socket any grenade skill from the mercenary crossbow tree into the meta persistent buff, and then when this mortar cannon spawns, it'll fire whatever grenade skills it has inside of it with improved cooldown recovery rate. So it's basically a potato launcher that shoots grenades that you put into it down onto the ground to deal damage, which is pretty cool. There's also a pure dex persistent buff, Mirage Archer. You activate this when you dodge roll, you create a green after image of your character that sits there with a bow and fires range attacks for a short duration. You can only have one at a time, and then it eventually fades away. And when you dodge roll, you won't be able to create a new Mirage. It'll keep the previous one that you have. There's also a brand new intelligence persistent buff gem called Ravenous Swarm. While active and enemies are nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. The swarms are untargetable minions that can't take damage, and they periodically attack and poison enemies with the swarm. But again, once we get to individual characters and classes, we'll get a little bit more into these skills and also how things like this may affect those individual classes. Oh, there's also Siphon Elements too, huh? Did I miss that one? And actually, I missed one. There's also a new intelligence persistent buff called Siphon Elements. While active, you have a chance to create an infusion remnant when you apply a status ailment, so freeze, shock, or ignite. This is one of the ways to spawn those elemental infusions we talked about earlier. So while you have this up, anytime you apply a status ailment, an elemental status ailment, you will have a chance to create an infusion remnant on top of the other ways that you can spawn those as well. Do do do. Optional boss is a one-time thing where if my mother gives 5 at a time. And lastly, let's roll through some of the skill changes across the board that affect either skills as a broad change, or they affect skills that, in my opinion, are more global and less specified to a specific element, a specific stat type, or a specific weapon or character class. All of those are going to be there as well. Now, I'm just going to have my personal notes on screen so you can read through this if you want. There's quite a lot of these like global level changes. There are some of these that you really want to know about. It's like changes to like Herald of Thunder and Aura that gets used pretty much every martial class on the planet. Things like that are changing. Banners across the board are changing. So some pretty big things there as well. So base damage scaling on all player spell and secondary damage effects from skills has been tweaked to scale better into endgame. So pretty much every player spell and secondary damage effect in the game is getting better and scaling better in endgame. Again, we'll see this when we dive into individual classes where some of these go, but a lot of the values have been bumped up, so they're either a little bit better or the same at early game, and then maybe a little bit better or a little bit worse or the same at mid game. But in general, a lot of them have been increased to scale better into endgame, as long as they weren't already scaling like crazy. Any skills not listed in the patch notes have near identical base damage at low levels as before, but have around 5 to 20% more damage when you exceed the base level. So you go over 20 to 30, you're going to get more and more and more damage to make them scale better into endgame. Mana cost growth has been rebalanced in general. Like all of the mana costs in general have been brought down. Some of the mana cost requirements have been brought down. Also, there's been a whole lot of skills that have more mana cost efficiency being added, or in general, there's a lot of them that actually have higher mana recovery. So things like mana remnants or like mana siphon from the wand, all of those have been improved to have more mana recovery to make sure that more people have more access to mana in general. Banners across the board no longer gain valor, instead generate glory when you attack, and they cost glory to place, and they can gain glory while placed as well. On top of that, all the banners in the game have been changed so that when you leave the banner area, it doesn't turn off immediately. If you leave the aura, it stays there for its full duration. You can also now have a limit of 1 banner placed, but this can be increased through other means, just like we do with totems and things like that. Curses and exposures game-wide now check level difference before applying their effects. This is probably going to be not noticeable while doing the campaign, but as you start doing higher and higher super juiced maps, you may notice that your curses and exposures start failing against targets that have a large level difference between you and the effect and the level of the skill gem, yada yada. Another pretty big game-wide change, Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice must be active in both weapon sets. If they're not active in both weapon sets, they will no longer be usable. Curse effects are now also scaled by monster levels. So not only will they fail if there's a large level difference, but now they scale more, scale weaker and weaker depending on the target you're facing. So curse effects now have 15% less effect on magic or blue level enemies, 30% less on rares or yellow enemies, and 50% less effect on unique, so boss level enemies. Curses in general just have a scaling effect on them that you will notice while playing. Godspeed, dwarf. Move speed penalty on moving skills recovers slightly faster. So if you incurred a penalty recently, it will start recovering faster. Specters in general are better. A lot of the high cost specters have come down in spirit cost. Some of the low cost specters have come up in spirit cost. And in general, specters and tame beasts from Huntress now deal 25% more damage at all levels, just getting stronger. Instant skills are now usable while riding the Roa mount from your auras. Mark skills, this is actually another one-line item that sounds very unassuming, but changing all mark skills from being spells being converted into skills is going to be a huge implication specifically for ranger players, but more specifically Deadeye as well. There's some crazy changes that make Deadeye absolutely busted, and mark skills now becoming skills instead of spells is a pretty big implication from there as well. They also made it so game-wide reservation skills now have reservation efficiency with quality, and they also reworked like less reservation amount to be reworked into reservation efficiency, a new stat that you'll get with some of those skills now as well. Blink no longer counts as dodge rolling, and the minimum gem level has been reduced. Another big change, Combat Frenzy, one of the most popular ways to gain frenzy charges in the game right now, is having it so the quality provides a lower chance of gaining additional charge. So it used to be up to 20% with high quality. Now that is up to 10% with high quality. So Combat Frenzy with quality scalers is now providing less frenzy charges than it was before. We talked a little bit about things like, mana getting better across the board. This includes mana drain from attuned wands going up from granting 136 mana at the top end to 408 mana. Mana remnants, gives you 208 mana now. That will now go up to 281. So two very easy ways, especially for casters, to be able to get mana back. Also, a reduction to scavenged plating. Armor per scavenged plating reduced from 5% to 4% at the top end, and the thorns provided is reduced per plating from 90 to 64 at the top end. We have a bunch of banner things in here like War Banner, Dread Banner, Defiance Banner. All those have had major buffs and applications to them that help them become stronger. Herald of Thunder now has a bolt radius decrease from 1.4 meters to 1 meter, so it will miss more than it did before. And that is probably a good place to stop. That's going over just the general level, broad stroke changes to Path of Exile 2 at its core, with some features you hopefully didn't know about there were in the patch notes. And I wanted to kind of break this out. This one's probably going to be the longest of all of them. Now that we've got through this level, now we can dive more into specific crafting changes, class level changes, things like that. But let me know what you think about the global changes going into this. And if this format was useful for you, let me know as well down below in the comments. TFD just added new paints? What do you mean? New paints, huh? What do you mean just added? I don't see any TFD notes. Huh? I'm a new paint. You're a new paint. We're all new paints. Ha 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 ha. Na na. La la la. No, 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 no. All right, well, chat, I'm gonna go get this video done and ship it, and then get prepared for tomorrow. But we got to do the TFD live stream recap, and then as many videos as we can, and then on Friday the dot 3 doesn't go live until 4 p.m. my time, so it'll be a little bit into the stream before we get that. But yeah. I came across a paint I haven't seen before in game. I don't know if, I mean, they added paints with Season 3 a while ago, like 2 weeks ago. I guess if you've never seen it before. They might add more paints with the next patch as well, but yeah, they've added new paints. 07's the chat. Thanks for hanging today, guys. Appreciate it. I know, like, reading patch notes is the most exciting thing, but thanks for being here. And yeah, we will continue tomorrow. Cheers. Peace.